Testing 1, 2, 3. Yes. Loud enough. Put this down a little bit. And I guess maybe this one a little bit. And unmute that. Then ready to go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Links with Friends. Definitely not the other thing. Today we're doing government and security stories to start
around technology.
Around technology.
Until Friday, then it's a free for all.
Yeah, Friday's always not
talk,
Friday just makes us feel better because the world is so crazy.
And you know, a lot of people will go in the comments and they'll be like, "You're too stupid to talk about politics. You don't understand politics," which is just an asinine thing to say anyway, because politics is literally opinion. But politics and technology these days are inseparable because the big tech giants and the big government work hand in hand. And that is no more apparent than here.
New group attacking iPhone encryption backed by U.S. political dark money network. Oh, surprise, surprise. Who would have guessed? I hate this because this is, you know, the thing that is terrible. We're like, oh, we should have more ideals and we should live up to our ideals. And then it's this.
So this is the HEAT Initiative, a nonprofit child safety advocacy group. And, well, that sounds good, right? But it turns out the money behind them is, what was the name of it? Like Honeywell or Hollywell or?
Hopewell.
Hopewell, yeah.
Which is a known political billionaire group, much like the Koch brothers on the other side. So this is the Democrat side of the coin. And they are doing this because they don't want encryption.
But also child safety.
Actually, I think it's like 99-1.
We just don't want encryption, but we're going to say it's for the kids.
I love how when all these stories come up, it's always about, but it's like as if good old fashioned police work evaporated. And this is the only thing that will stop just a sea of really messed up people from doing really messed up things. And that's just never really actually reality.
It's also really unusual for Apple to back down from a group like this, especially we see with like, you know, China and some other things. But they actually have some freedom of information in here of emails that went between the two of Apple very carefully pushing back about the scanning. And they're like, you know, I don't think our customers are going to like that whole scanning on the devices against their will thing. Maybe not. And then, of course, the encryption thing came up. And so we can celebrate Apple just a little bit here for standing their ground against a very powerful player.
Do you think there was some Apple marketing person there who had to like write that email and they went to ChatGPT and they're like, how do I gently turn them down?
Do you think ChatGPT has a lot of experience dealing with petulant billionaires?
Yeah.
I like it.
But I fear that this is probably an indicator that someday we will get all this. We will lose
encryption
with the Audi, so devices.
Eventually, the way this usually goes in business is they bring a money man in. And the money man just looks at it and is like, well, I'm just going to do the hard decision because we have to, this is for our shareholders and this is the bottom line and we have to do this. And this is a gold mine of personal information we could use to make a whole bunch of money to make the line go up. So we'll just get in there and I'll be the bad guy and we'll do that. And that's just how it goes every time.
Or an activist investor like Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. But Apple is so big that they're actually kind of immune to that.
But more money though. What if we could be bigger and more rich?
I don't trust Apple to do what they say they're going to do, though, because they have such a history of being very duplicitous with those things, as we'll learn more about in the business section.
And when you are given that kind of power, you're given surveillance over the entire world, the urge to abuse it is a little bit overwhelming, especially for the kind of people who are already in the game of trying to get as much power as possible. I don't think we can ever trust them to exercise caution.
ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, even the Secret Service are all illegally using smartphone location data.
I like that you switched the tense there. Yeah. Because that's accurate.
This is talking about, there's a court case and the transcript from the judge is I'm really disturbed here that you all have not cited the legal authority under which you believe that you are acting within the bounds of the law. Because the judge wasn't even saying, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." It was, "Okay, you're doing this."
They do the same thing here in Norway.
Like, what law gives you the permission to do this? Because the way the government is supposed to be is they have a charter to do things, and anything they're not allowed to do in the charter, they're not allowed to do. Like, if it doesn't explicitly say you can do this, you can't do that. That's how it worked for like 200 years.
They also know, like, one of the other the sub-headline there we saw in the corner was they use it on their coworkers just for fun. It's like, oh, I know where you were. Because I have it. I mean, of course they're going to use it.
I see you were at the Harvest Festival last weekend.
Another trip to Hardee's, Steve? Really?
Why do you keep going back to the hardware stores? Listen, I got this cast iron plumbing. Every weekend I'm replacing a fitting.
Oh, that's disgusting. And we usually don't find out about these kinds of things until a court case happens or some reporter goes for freedom of information. And that is exactly what we got with Google. But as you'll recall, for the past few weeks, Google has been furiously fighting some of their records coming to light, and they have definitively lost.
The DOJ finally posted what the quote-unquote embarrassing court doc was that Google wanted to hide. I don't even think that's an accurate headline. It's like the DOJ finally posted the document that was already on LexisNexis to stop people from having to log into the pay-for LexisNexis service and get it. And the document is an email. It's actually pretty innocuous, but it reads like Scarface, the Scarface movie where he's got like the piles of cocaine on the desk. It's like that, but this executive was piles of money on the desk from ad revenue. And the emails were basically along the lines of, we're doing this better than anybody else. Oh my gosh, this amazing ad revenue. We're going to take over the universe. It's amazing. And that guy had to testify in court. Oh no, that wasn't real. I don't really think that. That was all hyperbole. It was actually for a marketing class that I'm teaching to try to get the students to think. And it's like,
So why are there cigarettes on this thing? It's because that's what he compared it to. So he actually said, and you can go and read it. They linked to it somewhere here.
Or cocaine.
We're going to be demonetized like twice because of that.
Sorry.
So you can read this. Now he's talking about, so you have the two sides of economic supply and demand. And he pointed out that Google is so in control of the market that they don't have to worry about the customer anymore. Like, we don't care if you have a good search experience. That's not what we're in the business of doing anymore.
Yep.
We sell ads.
Yep.
We only worry about that side of the business because everybody's going to use Google. That's just a given.
That sounds like a monopoly.
So when the money man comes in, how long before Chrome starts injecting ads into your browsing experience? Because it's just what we need to do to make the line go up.
That's why on Google Chrome exists. Chromium.
That's everywhere. Like, there's ads everywhere, all over the internet.
We don't even have to
Okay.
do search anymore. Like, search is kind of a weight. You already own the internet with Chrome. Literally, why does it make money
It's
to
really
invest in
stiff and
search
soft
if
at
you
the same
already own
time.
the web with Chrome?
Well, let's be honest, everyone looks for something and then puts Reddit at the end of it anyway because half the results on Google are garbage.
But the thing you're using to look at the internet,
But now we know why it's garbage, right?
Yeah.
Because they stopped caring. They're like, hey.
Yeah, whatever. You can just get all your info from, like, this one site.
And last week we learned that the CIA was coming out with a new AI tool, and not to be outdone,
National Security Agency is starting an artificial intelligence security center. So you'll be able to talk to the architect
you won't.
and ask it things about stuff.
And they're going to also try to manage other AIs that are out there and sort of, I guess, check them for security or whatever. Nothing good's going to happen in that place. Only bad stuff. And for a while, we've had a lot of states who are saying like, oh, but if you're under 13, you can't use Facebook, or you're not allowed to go to this site, or TikTok is banned everywhere. Is that freedom of speech? Is that legal? Should it be? The Supreme Court has been treating it like a hot coal. They've just been running away from it. But finally they will look at it.
The Supreme Court will decide if state laws limiting social media platforms violate the Constitution. From one idiot's perspective, it obviously violates the Constitution because...
Wouldn't that be like your town square?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Or just, personal, like, I'm going to decide to do this terrible thing that doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, that's within your rights.
Or you're not allowed to go to this town square. Only these town squares.
Yeah.
This one's not allowed anymore. Now, you know, TikTok probably is a horrible Chinese spying apparatus, but that should be your choice to make.
It would be better if the Supreme Court spent its time saying that I own my device and I can take whatever precautions I want in order to prevent this application from doing whatever the heck it does for spying and everything else. And by law, the operating system vendors have to give me the stuff that I need to see into what it's doing.
But they don't. Also, if you recall the rise of cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin, the powers that be hated it and referred to it as fraud and money laundering up until the point they gained control of it. Now they're cool with it. So anytime that you come up with something new or even use this in a way that they don't approve of, they will go back to that previous era of this must be destroyed.
8-year prison sentence for a New Hampshire man convicted of running an unlicensed Bitcoin business. But
he was probably not vetting his customers. He probably knew that there was some scam stuff going in there. So
there were some unusually large transactions.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably up to no good, but so are they.
Again, this is more has happened as a result of this than the HSBC money laundering.
And here's a fun one that, you know, I'm sure this annoyed some people, might have actually hurt some people by, you know, getting their funds frozen or some whatever.
This is a taste of nonsense early.
They did resolve it with a backup, so everything was okay at the end of the day.
Cat accused of wiping U.S. Veteran Affairs server after jumping onto a keyboard.
That cat is a Chinese spy. Oh, look at him. You know who else would do that, Mr. Cricket?
He's black, so he doesn't photograph well. I should have changed the lighting.
Surely they have other photos of. Maybe they did that to hide his identity.
Protect him from online harassment.
The court case is pending. They're like, well, we can't really let him know who he is.
Now, we all know that the prices that they're charging us for mobile data is nothing close to what they are actually expending to maintain that mobile data, and that is no more obvious than when we look at other countries and their prices.
Mobile data cost ranking, the U.S. is one of the most expensive countries. Israel has the cheapest data plans. One of the countries worse than the U.S., Zimbabwe. So we really do have third world. A lot of the time in videos I joke about how awful in third world our mobile networks are, and people always try to correct me in the comments. This one's for you.
So our average cost about $6. Israel's average cost was what, like 16 cents per gigabyte? Zimbabwe up there at $43.
What the
But I
fuck?
imagine the people of Zimbabwe are not moving a lot of multimedia. I think they do a lot of stuff still through text and all that. So they're probably using a lot less data.
I've heard, and I don't know how true this is, but I've heard in a lot of African countries they use phones almost primarily for all their browsing.
Well, this is the strategy here. Is like they put in the caps and the prices to get you used to it. It's the boiling frog thing. It's the reason that ISPs set the data caps at a terabyte, because 10 years ago, terabyte seemed generous, but today, that's what, like 3 games?
Now they blame this on infrastructure. So for example, Israel's infrastructure is much newer than ours and thus cheaper to run. That's the argument. But there is that whole issue of the fact that we keep giving billions and billions of dollars to upgrade that infrastructure.
We've given $500 billion since 1996, as a matter of fact.
And it just doesn't ever seem to get upgraded.
That's so weird.
And then
Or
they
even,
charge you-
it doesn't even
Range.
make it to certain places. Like there are some places not far from us right now that don't have internet still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet Israel has way better coverage on the whole. I mean, it is a lot smaller, but still, I feel like we could do better.
It's like, oh, the United States population density is really low. When we ran electricity to every shack, outhouse, and, just the population density was considerably lower. We did the same with telephones. We just need to roll up our sleeves and get it done. How hard is this? Come on.
Yeah, the haulers have electricity. They don't have internet though.
Well, the problem is the siphoning off of all that money before it gets to the guy's sleeves.
Yeah.
Gotta solve that problem. Now, it's clear that the Goldman Sachs traders are not watching this show regularly, and it has cost them. Because if they had watched this show regularly, they would know that the proper way to do this is with bullet artifacts in Counter-Strike. It's been proven time and time again.
The FBI has indicted Wall Street banker for doing crimes on Xbox 360.
Did he call someone's mom?
One of the transcripts
name?
was, oh, they don't log anything from Xbox chat. It's safe to talk here. It was not, in fact, safe to talk there.
It wasn't. They were caught. So this guy was passing off secrets that he, trading things that he couldn't trade on because of his position. But he gave them to his friends who did trade on them and kicked him back a little cash. And they made a lot of money.
Fucking hate people,
They
man.
also did the stupid thing of like, instead of just investing in a basket of stocks and letting some of them rise or fall as they would, but then knowing they had one winner, they just bought the winners. It's like, that's Elon Musk.
Suspicious, yeah.
That's Elon Musk level of just baiting the SEC. They're gonna respond to that. The slippery slope of digitizing your identity and tracking everything. We talk about that a lot. Some people are just like, nah, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist, it's never gonna happen. But, you mentioned the boiling frog. The bottoms of his feet are getting a little warm. He's like, I don't know.
This is a nice little hot tub I find myself in.
I don't know about the liquid temperature, but it seems like something's changing under me.
The UK passport images database could be used to catch shoplifters. You wouldn't think that tiny little image was high enough fidelity to use facial recognition and everything else, but you would be wrong.
Well, but no, based on what we've seen about facial recognition, you would be right. But that's not going to stop them. There are going to be so many false positives from that.
Yeah.
It's the really annoying false positive is like, this says you were at this place at this time, prove that you weren't. And it's just like, wow. I was home alone
Playing Baldur's Gate for the 100th time.
And if you're one of these people that only gets upset when marginalized groups get victimized and not the people at large, they're also going to use the immigration and asylum biometric system for this. So you can also be upset. And here's an argument that we just keep seeing coming back around. I expect that eventually this will happen because just the repetition and the money that's being poured into it.
Oh, well, that's going to be an excellent segue. But before you get there, here in the U.S., the way that we're running into the same thing that is going to happen in the EU, which will probably happen in the EU if more stuff continues, is like Walgreens and where the theft is so high, they just don't let you into the store in the first place unless you beep in.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
I think eventually we're going to go to like, you only get to spend Walgreens credits. And you only get in if you have a certain amount of Walgreens credits on file.
yeah, I think
You have to watch a certain number of ads, otherwise.
European telecom firms urge EU to make a big tech pay. Or not a big tech pay, to make big tech.
All
Just
big
in general,
techs.
yeah.
So they say Netflix costs us a lot of money because they have all this traffic. Even though that's creating demand for your product, they should pay us.
And unfortunately, EU lawmakers are probably, I don't know. Some days it seems like they're dumber than ours. Some days it seems like that ours are dumber than theirs. I don't.
Some days it seems like they're all in collusion.
Yeah.
And the EU does do some things against big tech that we refuse to. We got to give them the edge in that one. And they have been going after the targeted advertised tracking. And in certain EU countries now, you can't do that at all. So what is Facebook going to do? That is their entire business model. Well, they say, you're going to pay us one way or the other. You're either going to be the product or you're going to pay for the product.
Meta's Instagram and Facebook to charge EU users for an ad-free service, according to sources. $12 to $14 to $19 a month, US. If you want the full Instagram package, wasn't it like 19? That's madness. They're making that much money off of somebody's personal data? That doesn't seem possible.
That is wild, isn't it?
Yeah. I would have thought it would be on the order of like $3 a person.
Maybe they're announcing that price. So
Our
when
privacy
people
is
push back
cheap,
against it, they'll be
apparently.
like, all right, it's $4. We hear you.
Well, I was thinking more about the distribution, because that would suggest that there are people that, are on Farmville all day on Facebook and they're making hundreds of dollars a day on those, whereas, my mom logs in like maybe once a week is like, probably $5.
I don't know. But they also, the UK is coming after the big tech companies because of their cloud computing. They believe that the big companies have a little bit too much of a head start.
Amazon and Microsoft's cloud dominance referred to for UK competition probe. think this competition probe is flawed before it even gets off the ground. This competition probe is based around inability to move between products and to choose the product and the cloud service that you want, which if you want to run Microsoft Exchange for your email, that is obviously not going to work properly on Google Compute. And you can kind of sort of, once upon a time, you could kind of sort of do that in Azure, but anymore, running on-prem, quote-unquote, Exchange in Azure is just asking for trouble. So I think this probe is going to be problematic even before it, because it's conflating two unrelated things.
Well, if you are a EU country that actually goes after big tech and makes some really stringent rules, what you're finding is they're happy to just single you out and change things just for your country, and in some cases, just turn them off.
Google agrees to reform its data terms after German antitrust intervention. Also, why Gmail is not a thing in Germany, it's Google Mail.
And in Germany, you will get some more control over it. They will maybe do less targeted stuff, but only in Germany, not the whole EU. They're good enough now to just single out a single country. And if there's some stuff on the edges, that's the cost of doing business. Russia is famous now for locking things down. They might not want some foreign influence coming into that country, showing some things that might be embarrassing for them. So what do?
Russia plans to try to block VPN services in 2024. So you can't hide what you're doing on the internet?
That's really a bummer for me, for someone who follows some Russian artists.
To post via a VPN,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, a lot of them after the whole war started were like, I can post here, like if you want to follow me, go over here. And they're probably not even going to be able to post there anymore.
What also is sort of sad that we can infer from this article, but you might not even think about it, but your brain is already prepared because of how we've lived our lives for the past 3 decades, that this war is going to be going on in 2024 for sure. Like there is no end. We're not expecting an end. We just expect it to go on forever.
We need to skip to the Swan Lake part.
Well, Japan is, like everybody else, scrambling for chips, and they're probably doing the right thing. They are dumping money to bring chip fabs into their country.
Japan to provide 192 billion yen in extra subsidies to Micron. This is probably a good move.
They also gave TSMC 92 billion. Just 92 billion.
Just a small.
Well, it's not 2 billion
Morsel.
yen, so it's a little different.
And we learned last week that Beijing produced a list of allowed mobile developers or mobile app stores. And there was a name that should have been at the top, starting with A, that was missing from that list. And now we kind of see maybe why they were waiting to get some confirmations.
Apple enforces a new check on apps in China as Beijing tightens its oversight.
Oh no! Do-do-do-do-do-do.
I'm getting spammed into oblivion. Are you guys getting oblivion?
So
I did get one earlier this week where the guy called me back, I guess, and was like, did you just call this number? And I was like, no, sir. And you'd have to try to explain that.
They're all getting flagged appropriately. There's just a lot of them.
Yeah, it's the only one I've had recently.
this is you have to have a license now. So if you're an Apple app developer and you want people in China to use your app, you have to apply for a license and then show Apple that you got a license, and then they'll allow your app on the Chinese App Store. Man, if only you could just install your own applications.
You've got the story up already.
Oh no, it's the old UK method.
Yeah.
License everything.
We call it license.
I'm sure we'll get a story soon about how difficult it is to get those licenses if you're a small developer. Yeah, well, spoiler, you've already seen this one, but we've been following the WorldCoin taking over the world, although they've started with the poorest portions of the world, where people will be most lured into giving away all of their identity for a little bit of cash.
Kenya panel urges shutdown of WorldCoin's crypto project within country. That's the one where it scans your eyes for this, whatever this is. We will give you this glass bead in exchange for
This Coke bottle. So this is not necessarily the government of Kenya saying this. This is a panel that was, investigating it. I don't know if this is going to actually carry any weight in terms of getting it stopped. I imagine Sam Altman is lining some very important pockets, as he's doing all over the world.
Remember the fancy dinner he took all our Congress critters to?
I bet that was some delicious food.
I bet it was.
And RICO, the Racketeering and Corrupt Organizations Act. You don't usually see that used against giant corporations, but it probably should be more often, shouldn't it?
H&R Block, Meta, and Google slap with RICO suit allegedly to scheme to scrape taxpayer data. So this is the tracking pixels that I've always attributed to, well, let's just put a tracking pixel on everything. This suit alleges, no, they knew that was happening and they were collecting that data because they knew it was hugely valuable.
And you were entering very sensitive stuff, financial data, things about, your family or whatever, events that happened in your life that might be tax deductible. And Facebook was getting, on some level, some copy of all of that. So your ad profile was just being fed constantly as you were doing your taxes. That's very valuable to them. I mean, we see it's probably at least $10 a month valuable, isn't it? Probably more than that.
We don't 100% know that happened, but if this lawsuit proceeds, we will have discovery, and from the discovery, we will know what is in those tables. There is an aspect of this that's just the tracking pixel is literally just hoover up whatever somebody types into that table. So it's like, did somebody notice that and then do anything with it after the fact? That's going to be very interesting.
Oh, absolutely. That's their business model.
It sure seems like.
If let's say that you make ice cream for a living, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, there's an underground river of milk under the building. Should we take advantage of that?
No, because it's underground milk. Who knows where it came from?
What's the best milk?
What if it turns out not to be milk, but that's stuff that was in Ghostbusters too?
Oh, we got the plastic ice cream.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Vanilla. Well, moving on to the security section, we know what it costs to be cyber attacked. At least in some cases, it is pretty bad.
Clark shares touch on more than a 5-year low on a financial hit from cyber attack. Even though inflation is sort of crazy, a lot of these companies are also posting record profits. So it is a 5-year low for the stocks, but it doesn't seem to have really. It'll be probably another few months before we know what the profit impact was, but it doesn't seem like it was that bad.
I don't know. I saw on the store shelves it was missing for them. Big week for Chlornex.
The off-brand.
Yeah. And moving on to some various exploits. The first one we have affects ARM.
Vulnerable ARM GPU drivers under active exploitation. Patches may not be available. These are systems that are based around a Mali GPU that may not properly sanitize anything, and bad, threat actors can use that to do a lot of really terrible things to your system.
And they're probably not going to get a fix out to you anytime soon. Their suggestion was just upgrade
to a new device.
Easy.
There are it's a wide spectrum of affected devices. Some Android phones, Android devices, car audio or car auto, computers, a lot of things.
I think the Pixel phone, right?
It's the Pixel 7, Samsung S20 and S21. Yeah.
They're listed.
Not fabulous.
And the big companies continue to get hacked uncontrollably. They don't ever seem to learn from it, or perhaps they just can't stop it.
As a follow-up to last week, PlayStation Sony confirmed that data breach exposed 7,000 employees' personal info.
Jesus.
So, when the attacker said they had access to everything, Sony was saying, we think it's probably okay. It was not okay. It was in fact not okay. So the attackers may have or have had access to a lot more than they let on.
And the gas pumps. Gas pumps are hilariously insecure. We learned that they do everything wirelessly, which is weird because they're usually physically attached to the building. Why not just run a cable and solve this problem?
That takes literally moments of effort.
Also, before we get to the story, another thing I've seen, have you seen they're now, I don't know if it was just fear mongering from local news, but they had pictures where people would drill the contactless pin and destroy it and then put the sniffer on the card. So you're like, oh, I can't tap, I'll just use this, and the sniffer's there. There's a lot of ways they're trying to get you at the gas station.
Detroit man steals 800 gallons using Bluetooth to hack pumps at a gas station. There's an element of subterfuge here, though. There's a Detroit man that is stealing gasoline, but he's enabling others to steal gasoline. So he's stolen some amount of gasoline himself, but of that 800 gallons, most of it are passers-by that are using the fact that the pump is no longer charging, or it's charging 1 cent per gallon or something, to then buy gasoline.
I think it might be more of an organized team, kind of like the shoplifting.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think they sort of planned for it.
Well, they interviewed just one rando who was like, I thought something was wrong with the pump, and they were like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. If I were part of an organized gas theft ring. So yeah, they didn't talk about exactly how it works, obviously, because they didn't want people to repeat it, but it must be pretty easy.
Yeah, they said that this is not a new security issue, it's just that nobody fixed this after the last security issue.
Also, the best thing about it is the employees at the gas station caught on to it at some point. I mean, 800 gallons, but they were helpless to stop it. They didn't have any way to stop the pumps.
They had to use the emergency stop, which stops everything. They do have a pump off switch, but somehow they overrode that through their Bluetooth whatever.
Which is in software. I guess the other one's probably just for fire, right?
Emergency stop, yeah. And it really, like, that shuts everything down.
Probably can't even get some snacks.
It's hard to un-emergency stop after that. So it's a process.
Didn't you just put a sign on the pump, and then the people who ignore it would probably be people who are part of the ring?
It fills the tanks, the big tanks, just full of cat litter.
Yeah, I mean, probably something like that. You never know.
Well, you gotta love whenever there's a new exploit when they come up with a fun name for it. It makes it so much more palatable when we can call it something pleasant.
Looney Tunables bug allows root access on Linux devices. There's a Python exploit going around. It's actually a bug in glibc, so it's pretty universal. It's pretty easily exploited. This is bad news for anybody that hasn't rebooted their computer in a while.
I don't want to do that. Run some updates. And this is one of the things I'm more terrified of, because there's literally no defense against it, and because we live in a militarized police state, you have a very high likelihood of either getting roughed up or possibly killed, or your pets getting killed when this type of thing happens.
Hundreds of U.S. schools hit by potentially organized swatting hoaxes, according to this report. So this is a situation where they're creating false active shooter situations of schools, which is taken very seriously because of the volume of school shootings that we have, which then may result in school shootings.
The principal of one of the schools is like, I was surprised how violent the response was. Really? You don't watch the news at all? There was 30 in one day last year. Yeah. And they believe that
It's
a big part
fucked
of
up to
this
laugh
is
at this
swatting
shit,
as a
but
service.
my
So there's
God.
online places you can go, pay a little bit of money, and they will organize all of this for you.
Wasn't there something like this similar last year where, like, one of the schools near us had several threats called in, and it was right before, like, finals, I think.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like, oh, that's why they did that.
Some people also pull fire alarms. And Microsoft may have also been hacked. Let me rephrase that. Was almost surely hacked.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that they won't say we were not hacked.
Microsoft won't say if its products were exploited by spyware zero-day attacks. These are vulnerabilities from libraries that were used in Edge and Teams and Skype and other Microsoft products. Sure does look like that was the delivery vector for malware, and Microsoft got some logs. They're not saying.
So when an intelligence service says we cannot confirm or deny, I mean, you kind of get maybe why they would do that. But a software company? Should they have that protection?
Oh man, if only I as an individual could see into what my devices were doing.
No, you don't need that kind of power.
And we often like to talk about the scourge of fake cables. And usually a fake cable is just going to cost you money and give you a bad user experience. It might damage your equipment if it's bad enough, but this takes it to a whole new level.
I tested an HDMI adapter that demands your location, browsing data, photos, and etc., and spams you with ads. So this is one of those Apple smart cables, but it's not from Apple. This is how the Chinese company that made it has figured out a way around Apple stuff. It uses a piece of software to talk to it to do HDMI out. But unfortunately, that software just spams the ever-loving crap out of you. It does work as advertised. It's just also borderline malware.
Well, it doesn't work until you go to their website and scan the code and give it access to all of your stuff on your phone. So yeah, you'll be using the HDMI out just fine, but then they will also be looking at everything.
This is the tofu drag of lightning to HDMI adapters.
I like to imagine that no one would they would plug it in and they would see that and be like, that's not right. But I guess it must work on someone.
Not at all. People are used
People
to
who
that
fucking scan any
cycle
QR
of
code mindlessly.
phone product, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
Like,
yeah.
oh, I've got a new camera. I guess I need to go and put it online, do the QR code, and do the easy setup. Like, nobody.
For a cable? Like,
Well, but I mean, you're so. I'm saying it's dumb,
Yeah.
but people just don't think about it. They're like, oh, hey, I do this
I
for
guess,
everything
yeah.
I buy.
Maybe the worst
Yeah,
part
the
about
things
the
about
pandemic
cables.
is the introduction of
Yeah,
QR
cables.
code ordering in restaurants.
And
It
this isn't
fucking trained
Quite
everyone to
security,
just
although I wonder if there's a
instinctively trust
problem that was hidden. That's
Maybe.
the
QR
result of
codes
all
as
this, because
something
also
that's
it's-
useful and
Regarding
secure.
his travel website,
It is
booking.com,
not.
leaves hotelers out of thousands of dollars.
It's not human
of
readable.
payments that they're
It can
owed.
be basically
So
any
for
fucking
some reason,
URL.
and booking.com's not saying why, they're just not paying for rooms booked through their site.
And for whatever reason, this is only in Thailand, Indonesia, and parts of Europe. So the way it works is if you go to booking.com and you pay, booking.com takes your money. Then they pass on, minus commission, that money to the hotel. Later, probably at the end of the month. They're just not doing it anymore.
It seems weird.
it's a good way to kill your business.
And the hotels will let you check in anyway because they still want the money from booking.com, but
Yeah. But and they also want the exposure of booking.com, right? I mean, this would be the equivalent of YouTube is not giving us money, but then they're just like, well, where are you going to go? What are you going to do about it?
I love how, because everybody always tells Dave Jones to post his stuff on other places, and he does, the EEV blog, but there's only like 4 views on those places. So it's just like,
I don't know. Rumble's kind of threatening them in some cases, but it's not even close.
Twitch was supposed to allow you to upload videos, but I don't know anybody who uses that feature.
that was one of the places where Dave posted, he's like, I've got the largest channel on Rumble, which is 2,000 views a month or something. It's like, oh.
Rip.
Well, that's RIP for this episode of the Level 1 Show.
We'll see you next time. Tomorrow we've got business and what?
Business, and we just did security. Social, I guess.
All business tomorrow is basically collapse.
It's bad news, but a happy fall, everybody.
Oh, the
Enjoy.
weather's gorgeous.
Yeah. it
Sorry,
is.
the cost of butter is up 75%. Would that we could do anything about it?
Just gonna have to have your cider. Anyway, we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye, Krista. That was a short one. Oh shit. Yeah. Time to switch car. Put on something new. Let's see. Looking at tire-wise, stamps are okay. Rear can be dropped by 1. Oh, fuck me! What was that? That was my phone, wasn't it? Yep. Hey, why aren't there any picture? It's working, so... Oh, god damn it. Fucking buggy shit. Okay, well, lesson learned. Lesson learned. Okay, so let's see. Spam the algorithm. And then, are there any new episodes I missed out on? Spy low, sell high. No, I've seen that one. Yeah. Why not listen to What is Intel Doing for Security? A rant by Mr. Wendell.
My trip to Intel Innovation 2023 and this video are made possible by sponsorship from Intel. My thoughts and opinions on this, however, remain my own.
Awesome. I like it.
You hear that? That's the song of my people. I'm just back from Intel Innovation 2023, and boy, I've learned a lot. Intel Innovation 2023, they're kind of turning it into an event for developers and programmers, people that get to know the nuts and bolts of the system.
I was doing a thing.
On the internet, everything at the communication or transport layer from your computer to the server you're talking to is encrypted with very strong encryption. Well, don't we trust our ISPs or network providers or anyone on the internet between you, your computer, and the system that you're talking to on the internet? I mean, most of the time, banking or managing your medical data or filing taxes, do you really need the highest level of security all the time? Yes. Yes, you do. You really do. You need the highest level of assurance. And yet, as a user, we have very little assurance that the program that you're running is actually running the way that the program author intended, or it's running without modifications. You know, your operating system could be compromised, the program might have been modified. If I invent a new compression algorithm and I want to demo it for a Fortune 500 company before they decide to, give me lots of money for this awesome thing that I did, I'm really giving away my secrets of the program and the data. We don't really have a great software solution or data protection mechanism that's remotely as robust as what we use for our communication encryption yet. And that was kind of the subject, one of the big subjects at the Intel Innovation 2023, although it flew under the radar, I think. For any other company, fixing that problem with software would be a moonshot, a holy grail of accomplishment. But for Intel, thinking about solutions to this problem is just part of the daily business routine. And at Innovation 2023, we got more than a peek behind the curtain about what Intel has so far and what the roadmap is for the future. I can see where they're going now, and it actually makes a lot of sense. And some of it's actually available today. You can take it on, incorporate it into your own solutions, especially if you're a developer, on your local machines or even in the cloud, even in third-party commercial cloud providers. So let's take a deeper look at what Intel showed. Genuinely, actually very excited.
Oh, are they maybe the R01? Probably are. Down the quality here.
The lock that appears when you visit a website ensures that no one between you and the web server that you're talking to has tampered with the web page. You might think that in this day and age that wouldn't be much of a problem. It turns out that's wrong. Just a few short years ago, many communications companies engaged in bad behavior by snooping on and even modifying unencrypted web traffic. Both Verizon Wireless and AT&T were caught adding subscriber unique tracking codes to the header of every single unencrypted website request that for websites that users visited. And apparently this isn't illegal, the way that opening up someone's mail and tampering with it, postal mail, would be. And so this bad behavior sort of accelerated the adoption of encryption at the transport layer for all websites other than just commerce sites, basically every site on the internet, because that's not a valid place to try to mine more revenue. This transport layer security is a well-understood form of public key cryptography, and how it works under the hood is similar to where Intel is going to go with their Intel Trust Authority initiative, Software Guard, and their trusted domain extensions. But to protect encrypted programs and data at runtime. With transport layer security, or TLS, the secret is really that there's a chain of trust. There are root encryption certificates that are bundled in the web browser program you use, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Brave, whatever you're using. And the lock icon that shows up on the website for the encryption certificate can trace its chain of trust all the way back to one of the trusted authorities that's built in. One of those authorities has vouched for the specific certificate that's in use on a particular website. They're all unique. And there's a chain that leads all the way back. I mean, don't get me wrong, your web server has its own private encryption key. That part is not shared. It's just that you get one of these certificate authorities to sign the certificate that you wanted to use for the website, and they do something somehow to verify control. Some level of control. It could be control of the DNS name, could be control of the actual website server, something, control of the business. There's something going on there. And that mechanism attests, it's an attestation that's, yes, this is who they say they are, and the certificate authority uses its private keys to sign the certificate request from your web server. And yeah, that's not always perfect. Symantec got into trouble a few years ago for just doing this willy-nilly, and the effect was that they had all of the certificates that they ever issued revoked, which caused quite some headache. Browser makers take this thing very seriously, this chain of trust. So it's worked okay, it's worked reasonably well for websites. So Intel's vision for security assurance is to have a protected mechanism in the processor that can decrypt encrypted data and executable code programs that neither the user nor the operating system they really have access to. It's running at a hardware level. The plan is to offer varying levels of assurance about the environment, down to individual machines or a specific cloud provider or a specific customer instance within a cloud provider. You can partition the machines however you want with hardware identifiers. So for example, you can upload your program and data to the Intel Developer Cloud in an encrypted form. And you can configure your program to only execute on machines that are linked via the same sort of chain of command, the chain of trust command, only in the Intel Developer Cloud. Thales was the security data platform that Intel showed at Innovation 2023, and that provides the signatures and attestation services. So you enroll your own on-premise servers and the specific servers associated with your account in the Intel Developer Cloud, or any cloud, Oracle, Azure, whatever, and the attestation mechanism will make sure that those servers are running in a standardized way. They're not, they're not set up to steal your stuff. It's a mechanism not super far removed from how we already approach end-to-end communications encryption for the web, the same sort of chain of trust, the same sort of attestation mechanisms, except there's some hardware in there to also attest that the processor is running within spec. I mean, it does mean that you're trusting Intel microprocessors, but it effectively reduces the surface area of companies that you have to trust. You don't have to trust your cloud provider, as it turns out, because the chain of encryption events means that the cloud execution environment is verified by an external third party, potentially even at runtime if you want to, and specific machines. So if you had loaded your data in the Oracle Cloud, or Azure, or Google Compute, it does not mean that you also trust those companies, because the encryption and the decryption is happening in what Intel calls the secure enclave, physically on the Intel processor. Neither the cloud provider nor other tenants leasing space from the same provider have access. And unless they have access to your specific tenant in the cloud, they're not going to be able to access the unencrypted data or the unencrypted anything, or even to have the ability to attack that surface area. And where Intel is going with software guard extensions and their trusted domain extensions, TDX is sort of new. I mean, TDX was announced in 2022. The idea with TDX is to encrypt the whole container, the whole virtual machine, not just the sensitive parts of the application, as was the approach with the earlier SGX implementations. This makes it a lot easier for devs to leverage features over SGX when we're talking about TDX without reworking a lot of applications. You can just package up the whole application, put it in, and you're good to go. At Intel Innovation 2023, they said they were working on application-specific silicon, an ASIC, that will be the processor to handle the security work with better speed and lower overhead. Basically, it's challenging the rest of the environment around it to ensure that it's remaining secure, that you don't have an unscrupulous cloud provider. Much of Intel's coverage for their vision here is to benefit companies or anybody looking to protect financial and medical data, even during compute in the large scale. But an individual will also directly benefit from this, I think, because this approach to software security is far preferable, in my opinion, to what we have now on client computers. I mean, it's not great. It's not great what we have now on client computers. Everybody watching this video could benefit from this kind of an approach. You probably don't even realize, just trying to use your computer for innocuous things, there's a sort of holy war raging in the background of epic proportions between different software companies. It's like, I just want to play some music. I just want to watch a movie. It's more complicated than that. I mean, Lots of companies are already behaving very badly in this space, just as Verizon Wireless did in its misguided attempts to control your web browsing experience by injecting their own cookies. Take, for example, Sony. Yes, that's Sony Entertainment. Almost 20 years ago, Sony put malware on their audio CDs that, when used in a computer, would sabotage your ability to burn audio CDs, CDRs, as some sort of misguided attempt to protect their copyrights on music. The software was invasive, and it modified the core of the Windows operating system, which is an egregious violation of user trust, certainly, and most probably illegal. Several states' attorneys general had filed suit against Sony B&G. Gamers today endure the same sort of thing, almost as bad. Anti-cheat software. How does a game company ensure that there isn't another program running at the same time as a game tampering with their game program? Or to ensure that the user hasn't tampered with their operating system to hide stuff from the game so that people can cheat? A lot of these games you can play for money, they're competitive, online, there's a lot of components here, there's a lot at stake. And most game companies take the same sort of yucky approach that Sony employed almost 20 years ago to varying levels of yuck. Operating systems, both Linux and Windows, have started to cryptographically sign both drivers and executable programs as a way to try to steer companies back toward the light and make the environment a little bit better. And it's not perfect, but it has a lot of gaps when we're talking about certificate-based verification. SGX is a different direction, and it's more about granular control down to specific machines or groups of machines. SGX can ensure that the important parts of the program haven't been tampered with, and that it is executing on the computer that it is intended to execute on, like the specific computer or the specific group of computers or the specific cloud vendor. And I would much rather have something like what is contemplated by the SGX design, protecting game code or running an anti-cheat routine, than something that's more akin to the Sony rootkit design. The Sony rootkit design is basically still here, and we're all suffering with that kind of an approach today on our client computers with a lot of software. Installing kernel-level drivers that are always on all the time for a game that you're only opening sometimes just seems like madness. And sure, it might be possible for dishonest companies to use SGX in ways that are unfair to end users, but at least in the case of game anti-cheat software, it would be totally unnecessary to abuse the users if all you're truly worried about is someone cheating in a game, because you can protect those parts of the game. Now, SGX has been around for a while, 6-7 years, usable and viable. Intel pivoted what SGX means in client devices in 2021, though, in part because SGX had not met its design goals in desktop computers. As a result of this pivot, some software that relied on SGX in the client broke around 2022. Most famously, HD Blu-ray disc playback software. A lot of those pieces of software just stopped working without warning on 11th generation and newer Intel Core processors, because most of the officially industry-sanctioned Blu-ray software used every protection that it possibly could, and so it just stopped working. I mean, it makes sense, right? Protect the Blu-ray decryption program and the decryption keys with this hardware encryption module that will protect the software. Blu-ray owners were stuck, and the only way to play back HD Blu-ray discs was to switch software to other software that didn't implement SGX extensions, and there's maybe a little bit gray market as a result of that. And part of the problem was that in desktop CPUs, features like overclocking and undervolting, which are very popular with enthusiasts, also mean that some of the protection of machinery that exists in the SGX extensions physically in the CPU can malfunction, which will then expose the secrets that they're supposed to protect. Undervolt was one sort of famous security disclosure, but you know, even in Windows 11, Intel's own extreme tuning utility, one has to turn on undervolt protection and turn off core memory protection in order to use this software because of changes to the platform. Like, the operating system is trying to use some of these features that fit under this umbrella, but if you want to use overclocking, you have to turn some features on and some features off. So it's a really interesting situation in the desktop. Server doesn't have that. Nobody's doing crazy stuff like this with server operating systems. They just want it to be secure. And for desktop, that backstory is why Intel said at Innovation 2023 they're working on an ASIC, an application-specific IC, to handle the security part of this.
So we're working on an ASIC accelerator to reduce the performance overhead, and we expect to see massive improvements in executing fully homomorphic encryption workloads on existing CPU-driven systems, which is key, and reducing the cryptogram processing time by 5 orders of magnitude. This is the big inhibitor to getting homomorphic encryption widely deployed, is this computational challenging problem. But who's really good at figuring out computational challenging programs? Intel Labs. And this is what we're working towards.
But the trade-off is that you get better security and better performance, but it's happening on the processor, but outside the part of the processor that enthusiasts can get in there and muck with. So for security and attestation and chain of trust components, Intel is actually a lot farther along than you would guess if you only just saw the Innovation 2023 keynote. And there was a lot of context there that you might not have been aware of. Hopefully this video will help you with. If you are a developer, there are some things you can get right now that I want to show you because they're exciting as heck. First, there's Grameen. Grameen was recently renamed. It was called something else, and then it was something else before that. But Grameen is a fully open source compatibility layer for SGX that makes it super easy to package Linux binaries to be able to run in a secure enclave. So if you're developing software, doing some cool algorithm, and you want to run into the cloud and protect stuff, you can. You can package the important part of your application and protect both the program and the data from tampering or prying eyes. You invent a new compression algorithm, great. Use this to protect it before selling it to a large company, and you can run all kinds of tests in the cloud and have a lot of fun with it. The Azure Marketplace is also a good place to look for Intel confidential computing or, Grameen-based stuff. I mean, it's so feature complete, you can get an implementation of PyTorch built on Grameen on Azure right now today. So if you use PyTorch for anything high level and you need security functionality with no impact or heavy code modifications, well, you can run that right now today. PyTorch application is immediately portable and runnable in this context in Azure. And Microsoft wouldn't have access to snoop on whatever it is that you're running on their computers. You can be assured that it's happening at a hardware level. Now I joke about this as it's snooping, like Microsoft would want to actually snoop on your data or any of that kind of stuff. But this is actually by far, in a way, the easiest way to assure things with like HIPAA compliance and medical data. If you've got a big AI project you're working on and you need a lot of compute, this approach would pass your HIPAA audit and let you securely upload patient data to the public cloud. And building your application architecture around this, you're doing more than most companies to protect data, which is great. And as an end user, I greatly appreciate it. Intel also has this neat GitHub page that they call the Confidential Computing Zoo, and that's worth a look if you're a developer to get some ideas for a starting point. There's a lot of really cool projects here that you could import or use as a basis for your own project. I mean, you can even generate and manage SSH keys from the secure enclave if you want to start with just something basic. I mean, effectively, you're securely enrolling a specific device to allow SSH connections, and you're protecting the keys from the end user and the operating system from having direct access to them. But you can still use SSH through the secure enclave. That's a pretty neat, basic, but not basic, but a good way to just get your feet wet with this kind of technology. And it really is encouraging to hear Intel say that they are committed to an open ecosystem for all of this stuff. They had Red Hat on stage, they had Canonical on stage, and both of those companies are using this technology right now today natively in Linux. So definitely go check it out. If you look at everything that's happening around us with AI and software and this kind of thing, there's never been more entrepreneurial opportunities for developers or visionaries or creative thinkers to just use these tools and build something really pretty great. The low-hanging fruit is better than what we have right now. So check out the links I've shared, and Thales, Intel's confidential computing platform, and Innovation 2023 coverage, and the other stuff that I'm sort of putting together. Check out the keynotes and all that kind of stuff. But where Intel is going with SGX and TDX is actually pretty exciting. And you can take it all for a spin today. Now, Intel sent me to Innovation 2023, but you can bet that I'm going to be looking in on them for Innovation 2024 and just see how much progress they've made down this path. I mean, just because we can talk about it, talk is cheap, but the execution is where we've got to actually get our ducks in a row. So be sure to check out my other innovation coverage. Oh, one final thought. Wouldn't it be awesome if you didn't have to decrypt the data at all, but you could just do the computation on the actual encrypted data? That's called homomorphic encryption, and we don't actually have a universal mathematical underpinning for that yet. Everyone is aware of it, and it's on everyone's computational radar. Intel mentioned it in their keynote, and that is the holy grail of solving the confidentiality problem. We're just nowhere near ready to be able to solve it at that level yet. We just don't have the plumbing. I'm Wendell, this is Level 1. I'm signing out. You can find me in the Level 1 forums. Oh, and hit me up if you've got any questions. I would love to answer them or clarify or frequently asked questions for this kind of stuff, because some of the resources for, okay, what is it, how do I use it, how do I leverage it, not super clear even to me. So if you have questions, let me know. I'd be glad to hear what those are, and that might help shape future content. So, all right, I'm signing out. I'll see you later.
some nasty noises from the brakes. Ah, it's the fronts. Interesting. And +1, -1. And since I opened it, +2, +2. And then I think I'll just say 42.4 is fine for now. Then move on to the next car. And also, I should go get a drink because I forgot to bring something to hydrate on and I am thirsty. So we'll be right back. Oh yeah, let's see if we can find something other to listen to. Drown out the subconscious mind and all that shit. Let's see. Arctic Freezer. What about the 7600? Just a lot of hardware reviews. Okay, fuck it. You know, I didn't listen fully to day one. Any playlists? Oh. Oh, fuck it. I'm gonna listen to a 2022 one.
Jeg heter Ingrid.
No, it's Norwegian. That's no fun. Let's see. So we got Neil Woods, Dag Volleback, and Dag Tenhausen Post in this playlist. One unavailable video is hidden. Yeah, you know, fuck it. I'm gonna listen to these. They were good. So we're opening with, this is basically the Nordic Reform Conference 2023, a conference focusing on safer drug policies and the madness that is going on in primarily Norway, but also in Scandinavia and the UK and else in the world, but primarily Norway. We're opening with a British ex-police officer, so far I can remember, talking about the corruption and basically environmental effects as caused by prohibition. Then we move on to Dag Volleback, who I am a huge fanboy of, who talks about basically corruption. And Dagfinn Hasten Post, I believe, focuses on what could be done in terms of legalization, how it would look like, the downsides, the upsides, etc. But anyway, I present to you, hopefully without getting DMCA'd, the 3, I'd say, better talks from this conference, while I rant and rave on top of it while driving cars. So there we go.
Whilst the damage caused to individuals by drug prohibition is hard to ignore, perhaps less obvious is the impact of the war on the drugs on the planet. Our next speaker has come to tell us that the news is not good. Neil Woods is a former undercover police officer from the UK, turned writer and international activist for drug law reform. He is chair of the European Law Enforcement Action Partnership, author of several books including Good Cop, Bad War, and a prominent voice in the global drug policy reform debate. Please welcome to the stage Neil Woods.
Wow. Thank you very much for that introduction. Just before the break, Johan Hari was mentioned, and I'm sure most of you have seen his TED Talk. Johan has said to me on more than one occasion of Norway, he said, Norway's full of beautiful people. He said it's a land of gods and goddesses. Now, I only need to look around the room to know what he's talking about, of course. But from my own visits to Norway and the region, the wider Nordic region, my impression of people from this region is that you are thoughtful, intellectual. And so in about 26 minutes, I will be calling on that intellect and thoughtfulness because I will be asking for your help. But before I get to that, I should really explain what I'm going to talk about today. And what I'm going to talk about is how fucked we are. And so I'm really sorry to be the voice of doom, but unless we can end the international drug policy regime of prohibition, the planet is doomed. So that's quite a grand statement, so I suppose I better explain myself a little.
Please do.
I'm sure if we asked around the room, we could come up with loads of different ways how the illegality of the drug trade impacts on the environment. I'll give you a few examples. The chemicals used to process ephedra in northern Pakistan and Afghanistan, for example, is damaging the environment. The water extraction that is used to irrigate the poppy farms is turning Afghanistan into a desert. There is the waste products from cocaine production. There is the waste products from the MDMA and amphetamine markets, which is destroying rivers and the life in rivers in the Netherlands. I could go on and on and on. There's loads of them, absolutely loads of them, not least of which the carbon footprint of drugs law enforcement around the planet as well. I could go on, but all of those, in terms of the topic I'm about to address, are a drop in the ocean. They're almost irrelevant. Because the main problem that the drug policy regime is causing is corruption. It's corruption. Now, it's actually really difficult to talk about corruption because in many audiences, people have such faith in their institutions, especially in the global north, especially in Northern Europe. We trust our police, as we heard yesterday. We trust our systems. And it's very hard to think in terms of the impact and the size of global corruption. It's difficult not to come across actually as a conspiracy theorist. But let me explain just how huge this problem is. And the reason it's such a problem is that we want countries to have good governance and we want them to be able to act on the treaties that they sign. But unfortunately, the deforestation pledges that were signed at COP26 and COP27, for many countries that signed those pledges, those signatures are meaningless because those governments don't control their own backyard. How can you stop deforestation if the gangsters control your jungle? And this is the case for huge numbers of nations around the equatorial line, that green band that surrounds the planet, that is the most important part of the planet for the sequestration of carbon. So I think I should start with explaining at what point I became so obsessed with understanding the nature of drugs organised crime and the corruption associated with it. And it began for me really at trying to buy a large amount of crack cocaine from a gangster, like many of my stories start that way, to be fair. I'd been infiltrating, or tried to infiltrate, a drug dealing gang out of Nottingham in the UK called the Bestwood Cartel, run by a very infamous UK gangster called Colin Gunn. And I tried for weeks and weeks to get close to him, and eventually I got introduced to one of his lieutenants. When I went to meet this lieutenant, he was very suspicious of me. He turned up in this car, and he turned up with his 12-year-old son in the passenger seat next to him. And the gangster, the lieutenant, was dressed identically to his son. They had the exact same two-piece tracksuit, the same Nike Air Max trainers, the same gold chain, the same shaved head. It was like his son was a mini-me. And clearly he'd taken him along. Maybe I didn't know it was like go to work with Daddy Day or something, but clearly he'd taken him along to show him what he did all day. And what it turns out he did that day was stick a blade into my crotch. He placed a knife into my bollocks while he interrogated me. And I can assure you, having a knife there is quite off-putting. In fact, it makes conversation quite difficult. So he interrogated me. He was suspicious of me. He was asking me why I was there, who I knew, who had sent him to him. All of those kind of stories. While his son looked eagerly on. What's Daddy doing? Anyway, eventually he decided he was happy with me, and I bought the drugs off him. And this is quite late at night, so I went back and I didn't have that much sleep. And the next morning we had an early morning briefing. And two of my backup team had gone off sick. So that morning after, I was introduced to two new police officers that I'd not met before. I was not happy about it at all. Now, when you've been working and living on your adrenaline for weeks and weeks and weeks, your senses become quite fine-tuned almost to the point of paranoia. And so I was suspicious of these two new people. I shook the hand of the first one. I had no problem with it. Shook the hand of the second one, and the hairs just went up on the back of my neck. Every fibre of my being was telling me that this guy was wrong. I could not trust him. So I went to the senior investigating officer, the guy running the job, and I said, look boss, I cannot go out on the streets knowing that that guy knows what I'm doing, and I'm not doing it. He was great. He said, fine, we'll exclude them both so they don't know anything about it. They've not been in the briefing yet. They've not been told anything about the job. It's fine. We'll just run shots down. So I was happy though, and I put it out of my mind. The job concluded, 56 people arrested. I went into another job. About a year later, I found out that that police officer I'd taken exception to, a detective called Charlie Fletcher, was an employee of Colin Gunn, the gangster I was trying to infiltrate the gang, which means he actually got closer to my inner circle than I did to his, which was particularly worrisome because during that whole operation there was intelligence coming out that Colin Gunn was stating to anyone who would listen that if he caught an undercover police officer, that cop would be kidnapped, snatched off the street, taken to a very dark place and tortured to death. So I think I had potentially quite a near miss, one of several over time. Now, in the debrief for that, I spoke to many senior cops, and I've spoken to many since, but in the debrief, this senior police officer, the senior detective, said to me, well, Woodsy, we know this happens. Of course this happens. With this much money involved, how can it not happen? And that was the beginning of my lesson, really, in just how widespread the understanding is amongst senior police everywhere of the extent of corruption and the extent of the threat. And in fact, the systems that we have within undercover policing, certainly in the UK, and I do know it's the same in many other countries, are designed to protect against that corruption. So before I would go to any job at all, the team that would be assembled to support me would have to have nominated roles. I'd have to have an exhibits officer, I'd have to have an intelligence officer, SIO, backup. They'd all be handpicked, and then they'd be told that they would be working completely separate from normal policing for the length of the operation. They wouldn't be allowed to speak to their colleagues. They wouldn't be able to log on to normal systems. They were complete like a cell, like a little terrorist cell. And the day before I got there, they would all be sat down and be given what's called a lawful order. And a lawful order is a big thing in British police. And you've got to sit up and take notice. It means if you don't pay attention to this, you could get disciplined or sacked. So they're all to sign this lawful order. And the order said that when the undercover operative arrives, you will not ask them their real name. You will not ask them where they're from or any personal questions whatsoever. If you do, you will be disciplined. And that was to protect me from corruption. Now, the point is that those kind of systems, running an operation like a terrorist cell, under pseudonyms, I was using the same pseudonym to my colleagues as I was to the drug dealers on the streets. None of those systems are in place for any other kind of policing. Only drugs policing. So the systems that are in place are in themselves a systematic admission of the extent of the problem. And as I've just explained, it still didn't protect me. It still got close to me. So I got quite obsessed with trying to understand how corruption works and the extent of it from that moment. And I read everything about organised crime, all of the intelligence that's available from around the world. I'm part of LEAP. I'm on the board of LEAP in the USA, so I'm privy to everything that comes out. But there are two interesting sources of information about organised crime. And as quite often, some of the most useful information actually comes from the prohibitionists. And there are two organisations. One is called Insight Crime, which is funded by the US government. And there's another one called the Global Initiative to Transnational Organised Crime, or GITOC. And they're funded by Prohibition as well. They're funded by the European Union and various other political influences. But the thing is, what they tell us about organised crime is incredibly useful. The reports they do are so well researched, it's absolutely extraordinary. Some of the stuff that Insight Crime does on Latin America is just baffling, the detail that they publish. For example, Insight Crime did a study in Venezuela where they actually name the politician, and they name the individual politician responsible for overseeing the cocaine transit in each of the Venezuelan ports. It's incredible information. GITOC have amazingly detailed reports from very skilled investigators and researchers around the world. So their reports are brilliant, but it's like they present all this information and then don't come to the obvious conclusion. It's like telling a joke without bothering with the punchline. But it's not too difficult to read between the lines, but this is useful information that we as a drug policy movement don't normally take that much notice of, but we need to. We need to understand the power of organised crime in order to be able to talk about it. One of the GITOC reports that came out in September 2021 was a brilliant piece of work. And it's clear, and I do know a few of the researchers and they do get it, it's clear that the researchers understand the punchline all too well, but they're just not allowed to say it. But sometimes they sneak in some of the answers. And in that report, in September 2021, it said that the growing power of transnational organised crime is the single biggest threat to our security and our democratic way of life. The single biggest threat. Now, if you go to a climate conference, and a lot of people might say that the climate crisis is the single biggest threat to our democratic life and our security. But I'm here to tell you that those two things are the same thing, and they intertwine. So the punchline in this report, though, that some researcher got in there, and he must have been really nervous, but slotting this line in, because there is a one-sentence paragraph in that report, and it says, "We call for a global reset of drug policy, a global reset in response to this threat." How they got that past their masters, I've got no idea, but I was very appreciative of it. So it's in knowing this extent of corruption, we need to understand what's caused it and what is causing it, because it is getting worse with every passing year. And the reason for that is the cops. It's the police's fault, or rather it's what we tell the police to do. So I'll explain the mechanism of how corruption has got worse. Okay, so say the police catch a heroin dealer who controls this is very, very loose and theoretical, but the police catch a heroin dealer who controls half of the heroin supply in Oslo. The heroin dealer who is most able to take up that opportunity that is being created by the police is a dealer who controls the other half. So what we're doing by policing over time is we're creating monopolies, or we create cooperatives. That's what we're doing over time. Drugs policing sharpens the sword of organised crime. It makes it more ruthless, it makes it more violent, it makes it more efficient, but it also makes it more monopolised. This happens all over the world. So a good example is the Mexican cartels. There used to be a lot more different drug dealing gangs in Mexico, but now there's 3 super cartels. We've done that by trying to police drugs internationally. And those cartels have a bigger GDP than most West African countries. The most important at the moment supply route of cocaine into Europe comes across the Atlantic into West Africa. And to make those supply routes work efficiently, many of those countries have been corrupted in their entirety. And the reason that organised crime corrupts an entire nation rather than just an individual politician or a customs official is because it's more efficient. It's completely much more efficient. And increasingly, with every passing day, this is happening. We're looking at the downfall of Ecuador as a genuine, viable democracy almost on a daily basis. But that's already happened in West Africa. How does this impact on the environment? Well, if you've taken over a whole country or corrupted entire country's political institutions in order to make your drug business more efficient, also means that blanket corruption means that you can do any other crime as well, because you've already paid for it with the drug money. So you can reinvest your drug money into illegal logging, illegal fishing, illegal gold mines. Whatever environmental harm, environmental crime you want to commit, you can do now, because you own the state. You've already corrupted the system. What's important to note is that all of those separate illegal activities, the deforestation, the gold mining, etc., there isn't enough value in any of those other criminal activities to take over an entire state. We call these narco-states for a reason. It's only the value in the drug business that's big enough to take over an entire state. But once it's captured, you can do what you want with it. And there are very many tangible examples of the impact of that complete power around the world. But I'll give you a particular one. In Guinea, in April in 2001, the country of Guinea had the fastest deforestation, certainly in West Africa, possibly in the world. And then the civilian government, civilian democratically elected government, successfully stopped it. They shut down the logging companies, and they said, we're going to take our commitments to the world seriously, and we're going to stop it. And it did. It reduced it massively. September of that year, there was a military coup. As soon as that coup took over, Guinea again became the fastest deforester in West Africa, possibly in the world, in the space of a few months. The money, I believe, there is no tangible proof of this, I am interpreting intelligence from all over the place. I believe that coup was paid for by drug money, and that Guinea is now entirely the narco state. In fact, there is a clear indication that the military took over merely to become the biggest drug dealing gang and to take the biggest advantage of the single biggest financial asset of that country. You know what the single biggest financial asset of that country is? Money from the cocaine trade, the bribery. And now, no one is going to stop the deforestation in Guinea. Now, you can invite the Guinean government to the next COP, and you can point out to them if you want that, well, you signed to stop cutting trees down, but you haven't done. They don't give a shit. The governance has gone. If we look at other hotspots, we look at Honduras. It's been a narco state for some time. We're obviously witnessing the collapse of Ecuador at the moment. And sometimes our opposition, prohibitionists, will say, no, this is nothing new. We've had military control and corruption in Colombia for a long time. We had the civil war with the Foch, and they're just a big bunch of gangsters. Yeah, okay, we've always had destabilisation. We've always had military coups. It's an obvious colonial hangover. But no, this is new. This is new, and this is recent. This is happening in the last few years. We have made organised crime truly transnational by our efforts to deal with drugs through policing rather than through health interventions. We've caused this, we've done this collectively. The National Crime Agency in the UK, they produce a brilliant report every year called the Strategic Assessment into Transnational Organised Crime. And in two of these reports in recent years, they've made a brilliant analysis and conclusion that the money from the illicit drugs trade is routinely reinvested into other forms of criminality. Routinely. But what that means really, if you reframe that, it means that the value in the drug market makes other crime possible. All crime. Now, we all know, if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to start a business, you need startup funds, you need investment. So if you want to set up a people trafficking business or a counterfeiting business, you can't go to the bank. But the value in the drug market are the bank for everything else that organised crime do. So when you hear a prohibitionist, quite often a senior cop will say this, when they say, oh no, we've got to keep arresting drug dealers because if we don't, organised crime, if we suddenly legally took legal control of the drug markets, organised crime would just go and do something else. No, that's bollocks. You don't create the opportunity for other crimes by shutting down the opportunity for another crime. You don't. Because where opportunities are already there, those crimes are already happening. Crime isn't caused by criminals. It's caused by opportunity. But what the value of the illicit drug market does, and bear in mind it's the fourth or fifth, the whole of the drug markets together, it's the fourth or fifth biggest trade in the world. It's bigger than textiles. We're all wearing textiles, right? Gives you an idea of the scale. That is incredible power, incredible political power, but it's also incredible reinvestment power into other crimes. So it's an important piece of evidence and observation from the National Crime Agency that we have to apply that to what's happening with the environment. The displaced people in the Amazon, the land grabbing, the movement of drugs which is destroying huge swathes of the Amazon. This is all drugs organised crime. But the reason that they can do that is because they have the power. And they have the power because they have the money. It is that simple. We have to see this in economic terms. In terms of cocaine, there is something very dramatic going on. And there are news stories, not just in Norway, there's news stories in Ireland. I did an interview for Irish radio the other week. All over Europe, there is an increased prevalence of cocaine consumption and evidence of an increased demand. There is a rising demand both in Europe, Southeast Asia, all over the world for cocaine. In the last 12 months, the cocaine supply, the amount out there ready to be sold, has gone up 35%, according to criminal intelligence. 35%. The wholesale price of coca leaves has gone down by 70%. This is dramatic. Now, there's lots of commentators speculating as to the reasons why, but I don't think it's so complicated. It's just market. Transnational organised crime has, in the past, controlled the price of a wholesale kilo of cocaine in order to increase profit. They've done this for years. But the thing is, now, organised crime is truly transnational. Organised crime groups in the Netherlands and the UK are now working with some Italian mafia. That would not have happened 5 years ago. It's the West Balkans effect. The Albanians have forced everybody to become more cooperative. And this means that they have the power to decide to massively increase the supply. Because what's happened? It's now routine, normal, to get a gram of cocaine that's 100% pure. All the way down the west coast of the USA, British Columbia, Northern Europe, it's quite normal to get 100% pure, which means in real terms, it's an incredible price drop in a very short amount of time. Now, why that's important is that this is not good news for governments, because if organised crime are speculating on increasing demand further to make more money, then we know now where that money is going to be reinvested. So there's an urgency here. So with that urgency in mind, about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, I chatted with a friend of mine, Clemmy James, the brilliant Clemmy James of Health Poverty Action, and we were discussing the details of this and some of the evidence. And we spent some time trying to work out what we should do about it. And so we talked about forming a coalition, and that coalition now exists. Now, unfortunately, we have the rather clumsy name at the moment of Drug Policy Reform and Environmental Justice Coalition. I actually forget it. Anyway, we are going to rebrand. We are going to try and find someone to fund the website. There's lots of things to do, but what we've done first is we've produced a report. And this report has been co-written by many people, including some brilliant academics like Kendra McSweeney from Ohio University, who's been producing evidence on this topic for the last decade. But we've also got lots of people from that are really affected. So we've got SOS Amazonia, we've got academics from Brazil, Colombia, across the region, who have worked very hard in providing the evidence and the voice for this issue. So this is a new emerging issue for the drug policy reform debate. It is. This is the cutting edge discussion, and it's the most urgent at the moment, I believe. So this report is out in a couple of weeks, and we decided to go with the report, rather Clemmy did. It's her leadership, really, it's her work. She's brought the coalition together. She decided we would do this report first and see what support we can raise, what support we can get in order to then rebrand, do a website and all of the other kind of outreach. But this report is designed really to be aimed at the environmental movement, because we've tried to talk to the environmental movement, we've held events and we've invited them, we've tried to meet with them, we've met with someone from Greenpeace, we've met people from Global Witness, we've got someone from Global Witness in the coalition, but we haven't organisationally got them on board. And there are reasons for this. One is that the environmental activist groups often don't want to be tainted with drugs, dirty things. But we haven't got time for stigma. We haven't got time for squeamishness. They all need to realise that this is a significant barrier to climate justice. It's a significant barrier to what we need to do to save the planet. Possibly the biggest one, because you can agree whatever measures you want. If you haven't got a government that's actually got the power to implement them, you're wasting your time and your resources. So we need them to think. So, as I said, I'm going to ask for your help. I'm sure amongst you, you will know somebody, or you will know someone who knows someone who is an environmental activist, or who works in that sphere, or knows those people. I mean, someone in here might even know someone who knows Greta Thunberg. I don't know. I have no idea. But I need your help. So I'm going a few seconds over my time. Please forgive me for that. So when this report comes out, please get a copy of it. I'm going to distribute it. I'll get copies to Dagfinn and Ina and whoever else wants them. Please get a copy of this report. Get it under the nose of people who really need to be thinking about this. And let's join our movements together. Let's join those that are fighting for our planet together with our movement. And let's make the drug trade work for governance, work for the people and for the planet, and not against it. So, you beautiful people, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, all of it.
2023 has been an eventful year for drug policy reform in Norway, not least because of a high-level scandal involving the Norwegian police and a private anti-reform advocacy group. Just in case you haven't been watching the Norwegian news, Dag Vollebekk is here to bring you up to speed. Dag is a research professor at the Institute for Social Research in Oslo and holds a PhD in comparative politics. Bridget Ellefsen, who's supposed to speak afterwards, is unfortunately sick. So Dag will present first, and then we will have a Q&A with Dag until the lunch break. So please log into Slido with the code here and pose your questions for Dag. Welcome to the stage, Dag Vollebekk.
Thank you so much, dear friends. It's great being here and seeing this full house. So many familiar faces and so many new friends to be made. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to speak to you. So when I first got this invitation to talk about Norwegian police scandal, my initial reaction was, which one?
Yes.
I could talk about police violence case, like in Kongsberg, where the policeman accused got acquitted in a district court, but the verdict has been appealed. I could talk about the police mocking vulnerable individuals on social media, or the miscarriages of justice because of bad police work in 2 major murder cases. I could talk about the illegal digital seizures of mobile phones and retaining passwords. I could talk about the jail time without due process that has affected thousands of individuals. I could talk about the political persecution of drug reform activists to silence criticism and chill free speech. I could talk about the increasing number of police shootings, or the sexual harassment in the police force, or the illegal drug testing on conscripts and discharge of them, or that the head of security police resigned after handling illegal weapons, or that the POD is sabotaging public access to public records, or the dysfunctional non-transparent special investigation unit, or the report saying there was a fair culture in the police, or that the disappearances of underage asylum seekers are not investigated. So there is a lot to pick from, but I only have 45 minutes, so I have to make some kind of delimitation here. So I will focus on 2 big ones. The NMPF scandal, which was alluded to in the introduction, and also the illegal use of coercive means. And these press clips also give a good opportunity to introduce 2 of the main characters. In the left-hand corner, you have Minister of Justice Emilie Enger Mehl from the Agrarian Party. And then in the right-hand corner, her antagonist, the Attorney General Jørn Sigurd Maurud. Before we delve into this, let's just get a quick comment from the Chief of Police to all these bubbles on these slides. She's saying it's been demanding years. Well, that's an understatement, if I ever heard one. But she's right, though, that trust in the police is still high, and I will later on turn to whether I think that's a good thing or not. No. Who is the NMPF? The Norwegian Narcotics Police Association. And earlier I wondered, who are these people? Does Norway really have a drug police? Well, we don't. But this confusion is intended, and it has served them well. On the surface, it's a political interest organization lobbying for a strict stance on drug policy issues. But in reality, they are the drug policy wing of the police. They have infiltrated and taken over the police's role in policy development and enforcement to the point where they are more or less conjoined twins. Now this year, they reluctantly removed the P in their name for police. After the scandal I'm going to talk about, they've lost about a third of the members. And as you can see, their graphic design budget has probably also been cut. Now, this is how the public has been used to seeing them. They're seamlessly mixing the role as political activists and police. And at the same time as they're doing that, they're pushing merchandise. Like this beer mat, which is designed to ease the consumption of alcohol, which, as we all know, is not a drug, it's culture. So, for 3 decades, the NMPF had a good run. There was consensus on the war of drugs, and almost no penalty was considered too harsh. And in the eyes of the public, the NMPF was, without doubt, a force for good, with a hegemonic position. And their peak of recognition was the King's New Year speech in 2016, where he retells this seemingly moving story about a policeman meeting a boy, saying he believed in a change for him, and then the policeman said, "Maybe so, but my dream starts with you," and then the boy became quiet. Well, that's at least the story according to the king. This is from a documentary called Gatekampen, The Street Fight. In reality, if you watch the clip, the boy doesn't go silent, he's just cut off. And then a few minutes later, you meet the policeman who coincidentally was the leader of the Oslo chapter of the NMPF, later leader of the whole organization. So a few minutes later, we meet him again in a documentary. And now he talks about how they discipline drug users. And now the tone is quite different. We just have to stop being nice. Now it's pants off in public. And this is a perfect illustration of how humiliation and intimidation has been used as incredibly misguided prevention strategies. It also shows how the public and the elite not only turned a blind eye to this, but applauded it. Now, during the same period, there were several TV shows, like Nattpatruljen and Blålys and so on, that showed the police hunting drug users. There were outright human rights violations being shown. And no one, or very few people, batted an eyelid. Now, the NNPF members probably think they are doing or have been doing good deeds. I would guess all of them think that. But there is also this sinister, almost sadistic streak running through the organization. Like in these examples where they kind of make light out of hangings and decapitations of drug offenses in their membership magazine. And the column in this magazine is called Short and Sweet. So it's supposed to be funny.
Me fucking
and at
angry.
the same time, they were enjoying this hegemonic position. Individuals in academia who argued for a humane drug policy or were critical against the NMPF were called hash professors, and their academic freedom was attacked through letters to the employers and so on. They attacked free speech, like trying to prevent the Liberal Youth Party from delivering legalization messages at schools, using their police authority to do so. They made deals with bars where customers couldn't display legalization symbol in exchange for lenience in alcohol serving rules. Again, acting as police. So there were several instances where they were actually working against liberal democratic rights. So let's have a look at what they were doing then. They have this annual so-called education conference. And this has been a main source of both income and recruitment for the organization. It was heavily funded by the police, who also encouraged participation. And those who participated became members, and this secures both their legitimacy and their funding. And then the participants got credits that could result in career advancement and higher wages. So what kind of education did they provide? The NMPF were unchallenged experts on drugs and used as such both in the police force and in the media and in the public sphere. And then they have this so-called signs and symptoms course, tegn og symptomer. And this course claims that ethical decline, dirty clothing, knowledge about drugs, pro-regulation views are all signs and symptoms of problematic drug use. This course has been a reliable source of income, both for the organization and for individual police officers. And a variant of this course, which is hard to distinguish from the material of the NMPF, is still taught at the police academy. It is the only academic course I can remember ever coming across that has no more than 2 real journal articles, 2 real academic publications on the syllabus. So it's now being peer reviewed, so I just say good luck with that. So here's one example of the nonsense that they have spread. When the government decided that they wanted to allow the cultivation of hemp, the NMPF went totally ballistic and claimed that you can actually get high on hemp fuels. And their guy claims in this article with great confidence that you can extract drug doses from hemp ropes. And those who believe otherwise just haven't got the facts straight, right? So in another setting, they claim that you can get high on smoking banana peels. So following this prohibition logic, you would think then that, well, you should ban bananas and punish the consumption of bananas quite severely, and other fruits could be a gateway drug to bananas. Like you could start innocently with an apple, but all of a sudden you're hooked on smoking banana peels, right? So just to be on the safe side, maybe we should ban all fruits. And we maybe need a fruit police association or something to enforce that ban. Maybe vegetables are a little bit risky also. But for whatever reason, the NMPF hasn't gone that far. And I'm a bit afraid to give them ideas here. So they were also unintentionally promoters of drugs. They often emphasize how easy it is to get access, enough drugs of all kinds for everyone who wants to cross over. Well, if that's the case, you're not exactly doing a great job. So the NMPF scandal is also a media scandal. It wasn't clear in which cases the NMPF represented the NMPF or the police, or if anyone knew the difference, and the media did very little to clarify this confusion. And Birgitte Ellefsen, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, has done a really good, crucial job analyzing these media appearances. And she's identified the common narrative in the stories about the NMPF, and this is just a short version. They usually start with alarming headlines, and then they highlight some kind of scaring development, and then they make a demand for more police, more resources to the police, and then they end up with an invitation to come to the next NMPF town hall meeting. Well, these town hall meetings are usually terrifying. At least they changed the title from "Your child is getting high" to a question at some point. Obviously, it's legal, if counterproductive, to for an organization to hold meetings and terrify parents. But who's speaking, really? My favorite example is this guy. On May 4th, he talks to Lofotposten, the media, local newspaper, as an NMPF board member, announcing their upcoming town hall meeting. And then 3 days later, in Lofotposten's report from the town hall meeting, there he is. Same guy, now in uniform, representing the police. So who's really talking at these meetings? The role mixture is complete. So there have been several important actors criticizing the NMPF over the years, even during these golden years, like individuals at the police academy, Per Larsson, for example, or Bård Sandal, who wrote a very important and thorough op-ed chronicling, or pointing out the issues with NMPF as early as 2016. But keeping in mind that I'm active in this network myself, I would say that the emergence of Narco-Twitter was a game changer. It was a game changer in bringing information out and bringing it to public attention. Now, Narco-Twitter is a loosely organized movement, few hundred Twitter accounts, and there are no clear boundaries of membership. It's an incredibly diverse group, with some people are drug users, some are non-users, some are teetotalers, people from all walks of life, including academics and some police officers, even though they might object to being included under this hashtag. But it is a network without very clear boundaries. And they use several methods. They use citizen journalism, using their right to access public records. And then these are disseminated and discussed using the affordances of Twitter, such as anonymity, visibility, interconnectivity, multimediality, and so on. Twitter is a very useful platform for achieving that. And then there are guerrilla tactics in the public sphere, like stickers, posters, and there's a lot of memes and humor. And there is also an interplay with the media, who picks up on the revelations and brings it to public attention, and there is some degree of interplay also with formal organizations. And most importantly, it achieves results. And it is a model example for modern digital social movements. There are some examples of memes from Twitter. It was a very hard job picking. I could hold a 3-hour presentation with great memes. But just like this one shows the then leader of NMPF, and pulling the strings of the police chief as a godmother. And that's not a completely inaccurate description in this area. So here's some of the snippets of information brought to public attention by Narco-Twitter. This is not an exhaustive list. They have documented some very dodgy money transfers from the police to the NMPF. Public entities, municipalities interacting with the NMPF, thinking they were talking to the police. The use of real mob methods against pubs and clubs, trying to pressuring them to put up the material, and is denying the customers who displayed certain symbols. And then the NMPF members themselves making personal profit from giving courses. There have been deliberate obfuscation of the difference between the NMPF and the police, with several examples of that mentioned here. And then there's the membership lists. Narco-Twitter gained access to the membership lists of the NMPF. And this is, this caused an absolute outcry from the NMPF, obviously. And they have complained and still are complaining to several instances. I will talk later about, why it's important to these lists. But what the NMPF is claiming is that lists are sold on the black market to Hells Angels. Okay? So, funnily enough, it was the NMPF themselves who made the lists public. Because they were so intertwined with the police that their membership fees were deducted from the salary. And their pay slips are public information. So, they put it out there. So, if Hells Angels is paying any money for these lists, they are incredibly incompetent criminals. Because they could just file a request for access to public records. Now, the purpose of obtaining these memberships lists was not prying into personal lives. It was about exposing potential issues of integrity and impartiality. And this utility has been demonstrated on several occasions. One example, these posters, which some of you may know, are satirizing the leadership of the NMPF. And despite clearly being within the boundaries of free speech, the two people here, the leader and deputy leader of NMPF, got so offended that they filed a complaint to the police. And the case ended in court in what one newspaper called the most embarrassing court case of the year. Now, these membership lists revealed that the prosecutor who issued the indictment was himself a member of the NMPF. And the case was dismissed. So one result of the revelations from NarcoTwitter was a public inquiry and report called Police and Role Understanding. Terrible name. The Role Understanding Committee. Okay. I won't go through the points here, but as you can see, they are quite damning. And the main conclusions are that it's not a lack of rules, but it's a lack of will to follow the rules. And what's happened constitutes a democratic problem, right? So these are no small issues. So this is how it started and how it ended. And this was the end of the role confusion and mixing, and everyone was happy. Yay! You would have thought. You would have expected the Minister of Justice to rush to fix this problem, right? It's obviously not just an NMPF scandal, but it's a threat to the integrity of the police and, rocks the very foundations of democracy. But Minister Mehl has not commented at all on the report's finding, except that we really shouldn't be so hard on the police. I will return to that in a minute. But she should simply washed her hands and gave the responsibility for following up to the police directorate. And the assistant chief of police was tasked to liaise with organizations and sent out some invitations to meeting. Can you guess which organization he was a member of? You guessed right. Member of NMPF, but it's okay, he just forgot. So this is a good time to turn our attention to the second scandal. The use of illegal coercive means. And I've made a timeline, which is very popular now in Norway. And this scandal is, to the surprise of exactly no one, also connected to the NMPF. And it has moved through 5 distinct phases, and it is still unfolding. First phase begins with a slip-up in March 21 during the public hearing of the proposed drug reform. During the hearing, State Attorney Evanger said it would be a stretch to call it disproportionate for the police to search a user on the spot, and then we are talking about searching the person, pockets, and not least the phone. I have never encountered a situation where it wouldn't be allowed. Okay, that's strange, because there are plenty of such situations. And immediately we're in the second phase. Yes, you did, and it's very, very illegal. That's where the Attorney General jumps in. He didn't quite see eye to eye with Evanger on the law. So, shortly after the hearing, General Attorney wrote a letter where he needed to clarify that the use of coercive means must be proportional to the crime. And the gravity of minor drug offenses is comparable to less serious traffic violations. So it's clearly not legal to confiscate mobile phones, to test blood and urine, to do degrading strip searches, to raid homes, etc. This violates both the Code of Criminal Procedure and it violates human rights. He also announced that there would be a full review of the practices. And sure enough, when the results came in, they showed widespread practices of illegal phone searches, testing of bodily fluids, and so on. And according to our friend Jardier from LEAP, these findings are just scratching the surface. For example, strip searches are frequently not registered in police records, how often they are done, or if they ever find anything during these searches. So, after these damning findings, you would expect those responsible to apologize profusely. And the Minister of Justice said sorry. No, Ministry of Justice said sorry. Important distinction. The police said sorry. And those affected started filing for compensation. But then some doubts started creeping in about how sorry they really were. If you read the fine print, the minister sent her deputy minister to issue the apology. And herself, she has never apologized. And it started to dawn on everyone that she was not really sorry about these illegal practices, but she was sorry that they had ended. And then the police, well, their apology is mysteriously missing now from their website. So how did the responsible politicians respond? Instead of fixing the police, they were more concerned about protecting the police against criticism. The leader of the Center Party said that it's scary to say that the police uses excessive force. And then the Minister of Justice called the criticism of the police rude, or drøyt in Norwegian. And in this interview, she says that criticizing the police too harshly could itself damage the trust in the police, and we must talk up the trust in the police. Okay. So that's a good time for me to put my political scientist hat on. And bear with me for a moment, because I'm delving a little bit into political science now. The way we talk about trust in Scandinavia is this fragile flower that we need to protect at any cost. And this is wrong. First of all, trust is not fragile, it's quite robust. Look at these trends. You know, the trust in the police in Norway is much higher than the Western European average, like 79% now, or in 2021 expressed high trust in the police. And in 2011, we had a massive police failure during the terrorist attacks at Utøya. You know, the police, the chief of police, he resigned from his position. You know, it was a terribly damning report, and that's barely visible in the figure. So it's incredibly robust, too robust. And second, it's not trust that we should protect and nurture, it's performance and trustworthiness. The ideal should not be as high trust as possible, but the correspondence between trust and performance. We're used to worry about trust being too low, but there is also a problem when you put too high trust in someone who doesn't deserve it. Because trust is a cognitive bias in how we evaluate situations. Many Norwegians can't imagine that the police do anything dishonest or wrong. And this problem is supercharged when there is lower trust in those who are subjected to power, such as drug users. So in this supercharged cognitive bias, you get blind spots where abuse of power can thrive. And that's how human rights violations can be sent on nightly TV shows as entertainment. When there is good reason for it, adjusting trust downwards is healthy for democracy. So it's actually more concerning that the recent data that we have indicate that the trust hasn't dropped very much. Manipulating perceptions by talking up trust is treating the symptom instead of the disease. And it's extremely unhealthy for democracy. Talking up trust is a recipe for problems not being identified and addressed. And then demanding trust from the public becomes just a rhetorical tool in the hands of the powerful. And then we have created a trust monster. Okay, enough political science. Let's go back to the timeline. After this non-apology, the next step was feigning confusion. And what added to the excuse for confusion was a second letter from the General Attorney in May 22, and Björn outlined some of the political developments, that the political majority in Parliament wanted decriminalization just for those with drug dependence and not general decriminalization. The Supreme Court followed up on that and issued several verdicts. And then the Attorney General, as a logical consequence, said that, we shouldn't use these same invasive coercive means against people with drug dependence. So basically, the Parliament's majority got exactly what they wanted. But what they didn't foresee was that people with drug dependency are not easily definable or identifiable. Like, people don't wear a badge saying, I have a drug problem. And when in doubt, the police were instructed to let the doubt favor the suspect, which is what you do in a society with law. So in effect, because the parties in power, and even NPF for that sake, say that they don't want to punish people with drug dependency, it became somewhat more difficult to go after those without a drug problem. And this was obviously very confusing. Now, these two letters from the General Attorney are quite short and concise, and even I can understand them, I think. And we have a police force that often calls itself the best in the world, and they have bachelor degrees, right? Nonetheless, in the following months, the media were full of very confused cops. And the most confused were the people you would think knew most about it, the police union and the NPF. Now, the Attorney General is a very patient man. He offers to do a workshop to explain the rules in very simple terms. Now, this was Twitter's take on the workshop, showing the chief of police and the current leader of the NPF busy at work. Another Twitter user made this kind of easy-to-read pointing book format illustrated leaflet with some symbols. Now, with all this help from the Attorney General and Twitter, it's very hard to keep claiming that you're very confused. So what do you do then? You go from confusion to helplessness. So in the past months, media have been full of reports from police officers saying, our hands are tied, we need our tools back, which you never had, by the way. We cannot say news like we used to. And more often than not, these officers interviewed are members of NPF. So, let's go to the fifth phase. Let's make it legal again. Or at least try. Because this is not an easy task. If you're up against both the criminal code of procedure and the human rights, you need what I call 3 Ps. You need power, you need to create a panic, and you need a perpetrator, someone to do it. 3 Ps are very powerful. And they're a well-established playbook from the war on terror. And we see it play out again here. Whoops. Now, power is the easy part. In this case, you have the Minister of Justice and you have the drug policy wing of the police. You have a lot of power. For the panic, the cocaine use came in very handy. And then the perpetrator, Attorney General and the drug liberalists, that's kind of what puts the moral in moral panic, right? So you have someone who's doing something morally bad, and that makes it easier to rally support. So there is an increase in cocaine use that is real, and I think it's worrisome, but it is extremely exaggerated. There are these outlandish claims about cocaine as birthday gifts. It's about school children, cocaine pressure. Everywhere there was a survey showing that was 9% of students who have ever experienced any kind of cocaine pressure. But still, press conference, and then there's this town hall meeting again. Has cocaine become the new beer? Okay, maybe we're taking it a little bit far. And in all these media clips, the NMPF, or who knows, the police, are appearing as experts, calling for their tools back and their hands are tied and so on. And blame is placed on the Attorney General, drug liberalists, and even the drug reform that didn't pass, which they kind of claim somehow came into effect. Now, the thing about moral panic is that after a while it becomes self-sustaining. You can have panic entrepreneurs like the NMPF, scaring people, but once people start believing it, then why shouldn't they? It's police after all. Then it becomes self-sustaining and takes on a dynamic of its own. And then you can just lean back and let others do the job, such as influencers. Terrified parents, teenagers. And obviously there's a self-fulfilling prophecy here. If everyone thinks cocaine is everywhere, then, what am I missing out on? What's called a majority misunderstanding. Okay, so what does what does the data say? Well, there is an increase in the use of cocaine, but it's still marginal, and at like 4.7%, it's not quite the new beer yet, right? And there's very little use below the age of 17. It's almost exclusively among youths with a very high alcohol consumption. And it's intimately tied to the binge drinking culture. And that one no one talks about. And also, it's a European trend, which these studies of wastewater from 7 European cities show. So the development has very little to do with the Norwegian Attorney General. It is a concerning problem across Europe. But manufactured reality wins over reality every time. And the panic is now real. So the minister uses her power to set up a committee. And somewhat strangely, she asked a group of legal scholars to define drug dependency. You would think that would be a task for medicine, but okay. But they also were instructed to find ways of only punishing people without drug problems. Until, of course, the punishment caused them to develop drug problems, and then they will get help. And one of these loopholes were specified in the mandate. saying that when you assess proportionality, you should take into account that drug use is a significant social problem. Okay? Now, by definition, everything that is punished in society is a significant societal problem, because that's society's last resort to punish. So, if you take this seriously, it's a very dangerous way of thinking about it. It jeopardizes the rights of everyone suspected of any criminal offenses. You take it seriously. So, when there is a moral panic going on, circumventing human rights is also a great issue for an election campaign. So just before the election 3 weeks ago, the minister went on a tour. And she met with police officers in 5 different spots. And they all had exactly the same request: get back the so-called tools they claim to have lost. And the blame again, the Attorney General, drug liberalists, moral decline, and so on. And the minister nodded very seriously. Totally agree. I'm working on it. Also, huge coincidence. All of these police officers, in all of these cases, at least one of the police officers were a member of NMPF. Huge coincidence. So being this huge nerd, I tried to calculate the probability of this being a random occurrence. Assuming like 15% of police force are NMPF members, and assuming random distribution of these members in police force, which is the question. Okay. For the sake of argument, what are the odds? About 8,000 to 1. So you can debate my assumptions and so on, but there is no doubt that the NMPF is well connected to the political regime. And they have now realized that they cannot go on like they did before, you know, saying, okay, I'm from the NMPF, I'm in a uniform, I'm, you know, talking as something. The role's very unclear. So this is no longer possible, right? So now they operate with more stealth. They have become more difficult to detect, and you know, I obviously can't document that this is, you know, NMPF doing this. It's more difficult to document, but they're still doing, I believe, activism under the guise of police authority, and they are still the drug policy wing of the police. Okay, I'm going to start wrapping up now, but before my closing remark, I would like to mention this book. I think it's for sale somewhere around here. For those of you who read Norwegian, this is an excellent book released this year, which is a very thorough chronicle of the recent history of the police and the NMPF in the area of drug policy, and it has also been extremely useful in preparing this speech. So to sum up a bit, I believe significant progress has been made. Like the police isn't hunting recreational drugs.
Well, no.
They used to. And there is
we've been at 41.7 with 676.
And I believe the NMPF's golden years are over forever. The current biggest threat is defending the progress. And we're up against some powerful players. There's this new committee coming. We are a bit, you know, many of us are quite anxious about what's going to play out next. Now, I am a political scientist by training, so I'm not at all this. I've been quite harsh on the police here, but I'm not at all this A-camp person. I believe that a functioning police is vital to democracy, to peaceful and fair conflict resolution between citizens that is so important to maintaining trust between citizens. And I also believe that police is doing very valuable work in other areas than drug prevention. So this is precisely why what we have learned in these years concern me, because I care about this. We simply can't have an untrustworthy political police in any area. And we need a police that respects the basic rights
God damn it.
of all citizens, regardless of the drug preferences. And until we have that, we still have an ongoing serious police scandal.
Thank you, Doug. I'm sure I speak for us all when I say I'm glad that you're on our side. So we have time for a few questions. First up, do you think that the Norwegian press has changed after the report, and will we see less propaganda from now?
Very good question. As I said in presentation, I think they operate with more stealth, and the propaganda has become more difficult to call out. And you still see that police sources are routinely used as a sole source in news coverage, especially in news about drug policies or drug events. And there are at least three problems with that. First, you have the question of integrity, and this is the NMPF issue. Who's really talking? Are we talking to the police, or are we talking to some political activist? And then there's this question about their skewed data, their experience. They mostly meet drug problems in situations where something goes wrong, and they rarely see unproblematic drug use. So this means that their perception of reality is very distorted, and that and then the third one is that there's a confirmation bias going on. If you know, there is this consensus among police that drug is the root of all evil and they are the solution, then every new event that they encounter will be interpreted in that same light, right? So they are extremely unreliable as experts, and should never be used as the sole source in news coverage. But nonetheless, we see that going on all the time. And propaganda might be a good word for it, but it's also about the police not being aware of their own limitations. That there is a difference between knowledge obtained through selective experience and information from research and more, objective studies. I don't think they themselves are aware of that, and the media is certainly not.
This advocacy group in Norway were inspired by a Swedish sister organisation, Svenska Narkopolitiforening.
Yeah.
Do you think anything will change in Sweden as a result of the scandal?
Well, no. Sweden is on a very scary trajectory, I would say. And this started earlier, like in 2014, when the general attorney in Norway said that you should, prioritize down user cases, right? You saw the police involvement with recreational users went down. In Sweden, it went in the opposite direction. It just got worse and worse. And still, use stats from Norway and Sweden are very similar, so it's actually a perfect example of that. These police efforts does not have any causal effect on drug use trends, right? But now the public debate in Sweden is, they really are panicking, and I would say also for good reasons, but it's just that when you're in a state of panic, you tend to choose the wrong solutions. So there is a very, very weak climate, in my assessment, for drug reform proposals in Sweden right now. The public opinion is very much, let's go against the party users and so on. And more severe punishments are being added. So they have a long way to go, and they're moving in the wrong direction. And when I observed the corollary of Knarketittet on Twitter, they just seem so resigned, They just, this is hopeless, they are so so there's none of this energy that we have in Knarketittet, I believe. Obviously, legalization would help solve some of the problems in Sweden. But my concern now is, because being Norwegian, I'm mostly concerned about Norway. My concern is that this climate in Sweden will spill over here, and I think we see some signs of that. The debate on Dagsnytt 18, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, where this agrarian center party is pushing, okay, pollution is more police hunting drug users for some reason. What the hell? How could that help against gang violence? You know, it's... Right. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. It's extremely frustrating, but no, I don't believe Sweden is on the same. I think we're on a completely different trajectory.
Okay, thank you. I was about to say thank you for some optimism here in Norway, and then you spoiled it.
Sorry.
In your opinion, what are the main drivers of the police's mismanagement of their mandates, and what can be done to make them better?
It is very difficult to turn around the culture like that. But at the very minimum, you would need a leadership, both within the police and political leadership, that says what's been going on has been wrong, to offer reparation, to offer apologies, and to, in a real and transparent way, start to fix it. You know, that's a very minimum requirement. And we don't even have that. And then how do you turn around the culture? That's been there for 50 years. I think it's very difficult. In Georgia, there was a huge problem with corruption in the police force. What they did, they fired the entire police force. And brought in new ones. And that worked, actually. That worked pretty well. But I don't think we can go that far. So we have to find somewhere, you know, between that extreme and where we are now, which is doing nothing.
Is it also the case in Norway that if we collect enough signatures, the parliament have to discuss it?
No.
Okay. That's unfortunate. So we talk about the police's role, but is there anything we can do to examine and scrutinize the media role, and what can we do to try and change the way they behave?
Yeah. That's also very... I think there is... the media has learned something from this. And you see some changes. They usually now add a fact box with some statistics to their scaremongering articles, right? So there is some degree of learning going on, but I think that it will be a very gradual process. And what we're doing right now is that we, you know, every time these articles come out, you know, we go after them. We email the editor of the newspaper and saying, this is wrong. We write op-eds. You know, we bring it to public attention. So we're adding a cost to the media for doing this. You know, they know that, you know, if I just, you know, retell this police propaganda, there will probably be someone coming after me. And if they don't think that beforehand, then they will know, right? So it's kind of like raising a child.
Great. So if we see any suspicious media activity, we should send that to Dag.
Not to me, to Narkotwitter, to the collective. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Final question. To what extent are the police responsible for the current state of drug legalization efforts in Norway?
The current state of drug
legalization efforts.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
To what extent are the police responsible for the current state of drug legalization?
Okay, where we stand now, policy-wise? Well, I think they are fully responsible. I think the police/NMPF has shaped public perception about what drug use is, and in a very misinformed way. They have, you know, been doing this propaganda work not only in the media but also in schools, right? We've been taught this from when we were very small, and it's entirely the police's responsibility. Now, who else should you blame? You know, you can't blame science.
Yeah, they used to fucking drag poor drug addicts into our...
They have shaped our perception
our
of drugs,
gyms.
and then they have politically fought any...
And have them sit there, tell their sob stories, which weren't true.
And it's even more than that. It is the NMPF's responsibility.
Like, oh, drugs so bad. Drugs aren't the thing that basically kept me alive for...
On that note, thank you very much, Dag
X, Y, and Z traumatic reasons. It's fucking disgusting, all of it.
Next up, Dag Finn Hessen-Paust will address regulatory dilemmas in cannabis policy. Dag Finn is a lawyer and criminal defense attorney specializing in drug laws. He is one of the founding members of the Norwegian Association for Safer Drug Policy, where he has been employed as Chief Scientific Officer since 2017. Dag Finn works on the development of new policy solutions and works closely with the association's Scientific Advisory Committee to ensure that their work is grounded in science and best practice. Please welcome Dag Finn Hessen-Paust.
So I was asked today to talk about some of the regulatory dilemmas, as I've called them, or challenges that we face when discussing the regulation of cannabis as a recreational drug. I stress recreational drug. This is not about the medicinal uses. So I will be going into some of the more overarching problems. I'm sure we could talk for hours on the many sub-dilemmas that arise, but of course, before we discuss the problems themselves, we have to specify what goals we have in mind when regulating a drug. So I'm going to make some assumptions in this talk. I'm going to assume that the policies that we set out to make have the goal of trying to minimize harms and costs. We may also want, of course, to maximize or at least facilitate pleasure, quality of life, etc. But in this Nordic tradition of public health thinking and health economics thinking, this tends to be the prevailing methodology. So the harms and costs that we're trying to address with drug regulation, I think can be divided into the following three categories. So for one, the harms and costs of drug consumption, in this case primarily cannabis consumption. The harms and costs of illicit distribution, so the criminal market, organized crime associated with illicit distribution. But also the harms and costs associated with policy enforcement. So these are the assumptions I'm making to begin this talk. To clarify, when we talk about the harms and costs of consumption, we have some proxies. We have some specific measures that we would like to reduce, I think. And I think most people could agree that one of these is excessive consumption. With most drugs and cannabis as well, we would like to see consumption be at a level where it doesn't become particularly problematic. And with excessive consumption often it does, right? So with daily or near daily, very frequent use, we do see some health issues associated with cannabis use, and we would like to mitigate those. But also we would like to mitigate more or less any level of use, or at least any significant level of use among the very vulnerable and very young populations, especially the very young, but also perhaps people with a very high risk of psychosis and so on. And of course, with any drug, we would like to limit or prevent untimely use. We don't want people to be intoxicated while driving, or while parenting, or going to work and operating heavy machinery, etc. And we would like for the consumption of harder drugs, or hard drugs, and you may include alcohol in that calculus, if you will, to be as low as possible relative to the consumption of a less harmful drug. So in this case with cannabis, if there is some increase in cannabis consumption at the expense of, say, opioids or whatever, then that might be a good thing, right? So with the illicit market, often people are not very clear about how they quantify the illicit market as an evil, as such, as something that we want to combat. So often we hear about the number or the portion of the total buyers that are purchasing illicitly. So we hear, for instance, that, say, 70% of cannabis users in Canada are now purchasing their cannabis from illicit sources exclusively. And people will claim that this tells us a lot about our success in legalizing cannabis in Canada. And I would beg to differ, because unless we know how much each of these consumers is consuming, we really have no idea what this tells us about success. Unless what we're concerned about is just the the effects of being in contact with an illicit market. Of course, there are some harms there as well. We may also be concerned about how many people are active in this illicit market as sellers. For instance, if youth are being recruited into organized crime, that's definitely relevant. But at the end of the day, I think what we're really concerned about as the dominant measure of success is the net illicit revenue. So how much money is going into this illicit market? How much money is going into organized crime? And of course, you would have to deduct a little bit of taxation there, because anything that is money laundered does eventually get taxed. But money laundering is also not a good thing for society, right? And then with policy enforcement, there are, of course, the direct expenditures. How much does it cost to just employ people to enforce the policy? That's a cost to society. But you also have many negative externalities, as all of you know, especially with criminalization of consumers. This becomes a big issue. Those externalities might not be worth it. But at the same time, we have to look at the values that the policy creates. So, for instance, the revenue from taxes and from fines might have to come into the calculus as well. And also jobs, employment that is generated by regulation.
Retires.
So it's a big calculus, right? So to start with here, what legal paradigm, what main framework holds the most promise when we want to ensure that cannabis is responsibly regulated? And I've used a wonderful, very clear illustration from Transform, Steve, kudos, that shows us how there's a spectrum and there's this optimal range, right? That is here shown in the middle, where you're still within this framework of a legal supply, but it's strictly regulated. And of course, the main advantages of having this controlled legal supply, obviously it's the most effective remedy versus the illicit market, because if there exists no illicit market, then the illicit market is the only alternative. That's a no-brainer. And also empirically, we see that the illicit market is smaller where there are illicit markets, especially ones that have existed for a long time. So most Norwegians, for instance, are not purchasing alcohol illicitly, even though some do. You also have a lot more tools at your disposal within this legal supply paradigm, right? There are many ways of manipulating consumer behavior and thus consumption and even the distribution of consumption. These tools don't exist in the prohibition paradigm. And of course, tax revenue is usually more lucrative than fines, unless the fines are just exorbitantly high. So the costs of regulation can be offset by tax revenue to some extent, much more so than the costs of prohibition regulation can be offset with fines. And of course, we have to acknowledge some of the advantages. There are some to prohibition. So one is that it's most likely an impediment to at least the full normalization of a drug. Most drugs do tend to become more socially accepted when they're a legal commodity. So we're not talking about punishing users, we're talking about the status of the drug, the commodity. And you could also argue that there is a lower risk of prohibition of so-called regulatory capture. So industry basically dictating regulations, or dictating policy. But I did put a question mark there because there are countries that have experienced levels of corruption and organized crime that sort of call this into question. But it depends on what kind of society, what kind of risk factors that it has from before. So to the dilemmas that arise from this. The most obvious one is, are we primarily looking to limit harmful drug use, or are we primarily looking to shrink the illicit market? This is the most obvious sort of dichotomy here, because we know that the daily and near daily users for cannabis, and for most drugs, or probably all drugs, to the extent that they can be used often, so not LSD, for instance, they're subject to this Pareto principle, Pareto's law. they make up the lion's share of demand. They are pretty much most of the market. That means that the legal supply, if it's going to shrink the illicit market and compete with the illicit market to any really significant extent, has to somehow appeal to this group of consumers. Now, that is if you want to impact the market share, so the proportion, but obviously you can impact market value as well, simply by just reducing all prices through competition. That's another approach that's possible and often not mentioned in this discussion. So these users, the daily and near daily users, they tend to be more price sensitive because they just consume a lot. They're buying a lot, so price matters. And they tend to have higher tolerance. Some of them are very tolerant. So these consumers will only accept a legal supply that allows for affordable price, fairly potent product, and of course access in fairly large quantities. So this is a challenge, because we know that when accessibility and affordability increases, historically so does consumption, total consumption. And we also know that when this happens, the heavy use, so to speak, or the daily and near daily use, and also how much the daily and near daily users are consuming, tends to increase in concert, tends to increase as well. This is the so-called total consumption model that we've seen documented many times in alcohol, tobacco policy, even gambling policy. I mean, we also see it to some extent with cannabis. But what you can see here from this study from 2019 is that cannabis consumption in the United States has increased considerably over the past couple of decades. And so has heavy consumption, daily and near daily consumption. So it has increased in concert, like I said. However, what we see is that so-called cannabis use disorder, the problematic cannabis use, problematic in the sense of how it affects behavior and life and the extent to which someone is able to control it, that has not increased to the same extent. So there is no one-to-one correlation between frequent use and problematic use as such. So in fact, we've seen the relative risk of cannabis use disorder in the United States fall considerably with this increase in use. It's sort of like a normalization of the population using cannabis, which is probably to be expected. When something is marginalized, this population is not going to be representative of the population at large. With normalization, it becomes more representative. So the number of risk factors may fall, but beware that this is not necessarily applicable to countries where
I'm happy with the 41.6
is much lower to begin with. So in a country like Norway, for instance, we shouldn't be too confident that there would be no increase in cannabis use disorder, because we might not have reached the saturation point that the United States seems to have to some extent. And of course, lastly, there is this other epidemiological elephant in the room, the so-called prevention paradox. This is well documented for many things with alcohol and all sorts of lifestyle factors. But what we know is that even a very moderate individual risk starts to matter in the aggregate, so on a population level, if it's quite widespread. So for alcohol, for instance, we've seen that a very large portion of the harms are actually occurring, the total harms rather, are occurring among fairly moderate users, because there's risk of accidents and all sorts of acute effects. The other obvious dilemma is, do we want to enable organized crime, like we're currently doing with cannabis in many countries? Or do we want to enable this predatory legal industry? Because, like we saw, the Pareto principle holds true. In fact, the Pareto principle is too mild. That's an 80-20 distribution. With cannabis, so you have an even more skewed distribution. 10% are consuming 2/3, and 16% are consuming 80%. So the Pareto effective business strategy, as it would be called, is to maximize heavy use and to maximize the number of heavy users. And the potential for an increase in number of heavy users is, ostensibly quite large in countries with a low baseline prevalence. And when you have a legal industry, you have greater marketing reach, you have more lobbying muscle, So again, like I mentioned, the risk of regulatory capture and also the risk of various forms of advertising, even if advertising as such is banned, reaching a lot of people is quite significant. And even state monopolies can conceivably become predatory. Because, so the example in the picture here is the tax-free system in Norway, where basically booze is financing our airports. And if these airports don't have to carry the cost of
when the new Windows search is so bad,
alcohol in the health care system,
amazing.
Then, the airports become predatory. But also with cannabis or other drugs where possibly the harms are more concentrated to the heavy users, and they don't have so many third-party externalities. And maybe they don't have very high medical bills. It just affects their quality of life, their relationships, etc. Maybe the state would be fine with sacrificing this little group in order to get a lot of tax revenue, right? So that's also something you would want to avoid. So as an overview, we can sort of say that this is like a trilemma, I guess. We don't want to end up where there's a lot of harmful drug use, we don't want a lot of organized crime, and we also don't want a lot of harmful enforcement. We want to be in the middle here. And of course, along all of these axes, you have other sub-dilemmas that I'm not going to get into. But how do we go about placing ourselves solidly in the middle? I would argue that the current sort of standard models for alcohol, for tobacco, historically haven't really been that great at that. They've sort of been closer to the top apex. And of course, the prohibitionist models for historically illicit drugs have been much closer to the bottom left apex. Well, I'm going to speculate a little bit now. But you know, when something isn't working optimally, then maybe you should try something else, something new. So what if, to start with, we primarily limited the physical access to drugs instead of their affordability. So instead of just making it really expensive to use cannabis, we just try to affect how easily someone can get a hold of a certain amount. And what I mean is not just the conventional sort of thresholds, like we say that there can only be so many dispensaries in an area, so people have to travel this far to get there, or that the opening hours are only this much. Because the effect you the effect you risk by doing that is that once someone gets there, they stockpile, they buy in bulk. And then they have the fridge or the cupboard full of some drug. And that's not ideal, because then accessibility is super high until they run out. But there are some other ways of limiting accessibility. So one is basically just on-premise serving. Everybody's familiar with this. Any kind of bar, in at least this country and many others, isn't going to let you take the beer home. It has to be consumed there. And once you're there, consuming it there are some mechanisms for ensuring that you don't drink too much, right? And the shisha bar that you see here as well, the shisha is stationary. You go to this place to get the drugs. So you could imagine all sorts of versions of this, even the classical heroin clinic, where the drug is accessible on premise, and that allows basically regulators to have full control with consumption, including like what days this facility is even open, etc., and to whom it's open. But there are other devices in this category. You have rationing, which is historically sort of exotic, but it's made a comeback with cannabis clubs, cannabis social clubs, as some people know them. And we're going to hear a really interesting lecture later on about Malta, which has really embraced this model and is doing some exciting, innovative things, as far as I know. But rationing is truly a ceiling on consumption. It basically gives someone, say, a monthly or a daily or weekly amount that they can purchase. It doesn't have to be expensive, but they only get that amount. So in the picture, in the illustration, we have an alcohol rationing card from Spitsbergen, Svalbard, where there still is this type of alcohol policy, although there's an exemption for wine, because I guess it's a social class thing. So beer and liquor is rationed, but wine, that's culture, as someone said yesterday. So it's kind of funny. There is some interesting research from Tor Nordström, a Swedish alcohol researcher, showing that when Sweden rationed all alcohol stronger than regular wine from, I believe it was 1917 to 1955 in various iterations, when they abolished this system, they saw a huge decline in cirrhosis mortality. It was basically the strongest indicator of alcoholism in society, the people dying from cirrhosis of the liver. And that decline was actually, by some accounts, potentially larger than what you saw when prohibition was abolished in the US. And this was not for all alcohol, just stronger than wine. Also, there's a variation on this that you can call self-rationing, or you can call it a commitment quota. This is not currently used for drugs, although I know of some cannabis clubs in Spain that have a similar thing. But basically, you are allowed to set your own quota, your own limit for a visit to a cannabis club, or for a week or for a month. But once you've set it, you're committed to it. You can decide to set it lower throughout the period. You cannot decide to set it higher, then you have to wait. So there's a bias towards moderation. And in gambling, including the Norwegian state gambling monopoly, Norsk Tipping, there are some very interesting results from research showing that this does have a moderating effect, but it would probably have a much larger effect on drugs because it's a physical good. You can't just go to another website, right? So yeah, the rationale behind this idea of just looking at accessibility instead of affordability, basically you can cap individual consumption and also diversion. So someone who has only this amount, they can't divert more than their own amount to some kid who's too young to buy it, right? And there's also a longer path to the illicit market, because if it's cheap, which it can be, then you're still going to buy the legal stuff first, and then you will maybe consider buying from, or just getting some from a friend who hasn't spent their own quota, and then you will consider the illicit market, at which time maybe it's not worth it to many people. And as a fun fact, you could also regulate concomitant use of drugs with this type of approach. Everybody knows that you can do it with serving. Of course, you go to a bar, you're not allowed to smoke cannabis at a bar in Norway. So that reduces the amount of simultaneous use of alcohol and cannabis at a Norwegian bar. But you could flip it around. You could have a serving place for cannabis that doesn't allow alcohol or inebriated people coming in. So that allows you to regulate concomitant use, and you can do the same with rationing conceivably by having this points-based system where using your points for one thing costs points for another thing. You could get even more creative with this if you want to, because if price is no longer the primary thing, we're no longer trying to make things really expensive, then what do we do with price? Well, we can still do something with price, I would suggest. We could turn price into a sort of behavioral nudge instead. People care about price, but when they have no way of getting around price, then of course they tend to swallow the bitter pill and just pay up. But let's imagine, for instance, a reverse bulk discount. Everybody knows a bulk discount. You can pay less per unit if you buy many units, right? But this is the opposite. So you're rewarded for making a smaller purchase, purchasing a smaller amount, by the unit price changing, right? So here we have this simple illustration that if you buy 5, it costs less than per unit than if you buy 9. And the idea behind this could, for instance, be to dissuade the casual users, the people who only smoke cannabis every once in a while, or use once in a while, from purchasing in bulk. Because if they purchase in bulk and they just have it stockpiled at home, then the risk of them becoming habitual regular users and tolerant and all this stuff increases. So this could be an interesting nudge for casual users, right? But you can also get even more creative if you embrace the model that I mentioned earlier, where, for instance, in a cannabis club, the quota is adjustable and you can commit to your own quota. Well, you could reward a lower quota with a slightly lower price. Not expensive for anyone, but even less expensive for the moderate people. And basically, you just you could use that to force people to consider how much they actually need, which is an interesting exercise. We know this from behavioral economics, that planning and considering what you need tends to affect consumption. Also, this problem of the heavy users being the most profitable. Can we do something about that? So an ad valorem tax, everybody is familiar with, like a VAT, for instance, moms in Norwegian. It's a percentage of the retail price. So if you change the price, well, the tax follows as a percentage. So what if we put this type of tax as a progressive tax on some kind of useful proxy for heavy consumption? So for instance, cannabis potency. We know that the people who want the strongest cannabis are usually the people with tolerance, and the people with tolerance tend to be frequent users, which is what we're trying to reduce. So if we just put a very progressive tax on THC content like this, and we don't allow
just writing up a
the
report
vendors to just
on my
increase the
findings.
price a lot. We could even say that they couldn't increase the price. Then basically we're just eating off their profits. So you could get a picture like this where you have a lot of units with a high potency being purchased, and that's still a little bit less profitable than if they had just bought fewer units with a lower potency. Also, if you have the kind of commitment quota that I mentioned, you could also do this basically just taxing the quota. The higher someone sets their quota, then the less profit per unit the industry is left with. Now, the extreme version is what I'm showing here, where basically someone using more is less profitable than someone using less, but you could also just balance it out to make them equally profitable or just slightly more profitable or whatever. But these are some general ideas, and what it could accomplish is the industry goals might then be more aligned with the goals of public health. You know, going back to what I said about a potentially predatory state, you could have this adversarial model, for instance, with a cannabis club, which is then private, like a nonprofit private thing, for instance, where it's in the club's interest to have people reduce their consumption through this commitment quota, because that's when the club makes the most money. But the state makes the most money off this higher consumption, just like today, because the tax goes to the state, but the state is not the entity interacting with the consumers. And finally, I think there's a strong argument to be made for trying to have a differentiated system. This is not a novel idea. Uruguay has something very similar to this already, although I think there's room for improvement in it. But the basis of that system was geniusly designed by people like Steve, who's here today, and it's a very, very interesting starting point. So for instance, you could have this dispensary model, state monopoly or some other organizational form for the casual users, which is regulated in one way. So here we could have, for instance, a fairly high minimum price, because the casual users don't care that much about the price. They're not that price sensitive. But then you could have the reverse bulk discount that I mentioned that incentivizes making smaller purchases. So if someone wants to buy larger amounts, they're incentivized to go buy more often. But as we know from literature, that tends to not happen that much. People forget to go buy it, and then you keep consumption moderate. And then in Uruguay, you have the system where people go, they have to book in advance when they go to get cannabis at the pharmacy. And there's some really bad ways of doing that just make the whole thing really cumbersome. But you could do it in a very simple way, for instance, saying that you have to get this booking code 30 minutes in advance or whatever, which just reduces the chance of people trying to game the system by going through the shop again and again, right? And in this model, you could have this progressive tax on potency, which would then encourage the vendors to try to sell milder products that are less addictive and less harmful. But then for the regular users, the cannabis social club model, I think, is much more interesting. And it's possibly a very useful adjunct, because if you have most of the regular users going to the club instead, paying a low price,
Hey,
and with an
lights.
incentivized commitment
Greetings,
quota, like
people.
a self-rationing
Hello.
model, like I mentioned, you basically
Text to
have this
chat
apparatus
is active, I think.
for helping
If anyone
people
is
with a
feeling
regular
chatty.
consumption avoid that consumption escalating, or
Do
even
feel free.
getting them to reduce it to some more acceptable level health-wise. But a very soft
Engagement
nudge,
challenge.
because they're sort of deciding themselves, right? It's just it's a slight price nudge, but they're deciding the limit. And to avoid the casual users just joining the clubs because it's cheap, you could have this monthly fee that everybody pays being a member, and you would have to commit for some number of months. So it's not rational for someone who smokes, every other month, every 3 months, to have to pay in advance for smoking a couple of grams or 5 grams or whatever every single month for a period. So that would keep the two systems separate. And in this system, I think it might be more rational to tax the quota instead of taxing the potency. But that's just a suggestion. I think an interesting consequence of a system like this is that the danger of regulatory capture, like I mentioned earlier, the industry, the people producing the cannabis, trying to liberalize policy through lobbying, is at least ameliorated, if not eliminated, because
I need to
the
sneeze.
most
I'm
effective
sorry.
way of enacting regulatory capture for lobbyists would be
They went
to
away.
weaponize the discontent of the majority of consumers.
Woo,
So they could go to some populist party and say that, hey, everybody's annoyed by these really high prices on cannabis, for instance. And then the politicians can go and say, well, we have to reduce prices for all of these unproblematic users who can manage their consumption. But if you have different models, then that does not give them any access to the heavy consumers, the regular users. So they would then have to deregulate the model that is only for the heavy regular users, or specifically at least, which would raise all sorts of questions about why, and you wouldn't get the backing from the majority of more moderate consumers because they're not affected by this regulation. So I think that could be a useful strategy. In addition, I would say, to just limiting industry muscle financially. You can do that through a number of regulations. There have been very interesting proposals about limiting
Sorry
the
about
production
sniffles.
size of a cannabis company, for instance, in other countries. But I also think that keeping cannabis quite cheap is an interesting device as well, because cannabis is quite cheap to produce, and it can be quite cheap to purchase. And if there isn't that much money in that economy, there isn't going to be that much political muscle either. So maybe the idea shouldn't be to create this booming green new economy, but basically just to ensure that there is a safe and responsible supply that undermines this organized criminal market, but doesn't, become the next big tobacco. Right? And as a finishing note here, you could have separate models even for the youngest legal users. So, for instance, if the legal buying age is set to 18 or 20 or something like that, there's always going to be the question of how healthy is this for the youngest legal buyers, and also the question of how easily will underage users be able to get diverted cannabis from the youngest legal buyers. Because we know that they have friends that are just old enough, and that is the thing today with alcohol and tobacco. So you could argue then that maybe the youngest legal buyers, 18 to 20 or 20 to 21 or 2, whatever, they could be relegated to this on-premise serving model. So they get to go somewhere, maybe only on the weekends, because it's only open to them then, which moderates their consumption. And they can only buy slightly less potent product, and someone is looking after them, and they can't buy a heroic dose of THC. I'm going to finish up there. These are my thoughts, mostly speculation, I would say, but I guess you could say it's somewhat evidence-informed. But I do hope that the interesting things happening around the world, both in countries like Uruguay already, and now also in Malta, and in Germany soon,
are going to give us some interesting petri dishes for trying out fairly simple behavioral regulatory devices that might have positive effects. Thank you.
Couple of questions? Yeah. Thank you, Dagfinn.
Indeed.
We have time for a couple of questions. So first up, do you think alcohol and weed could be sold at the same place?
That's a really interesting question. I'm not sure. What I do think is that we should figure out how to regulate cannabis in such a manner that the substitution effect is maximal without causing harms from cannabis use. So I think there are, what's a little bit complicated here is that there are some arguments for cannabis moderating harmful effects of alcohol without a substitution effect in terms of consumption, like just from the actual medical effects and psychoactive effects. For instance, there seems to be protective effects on the liver among people who have high alcohol consumption and also high cannabis consumption. It might be a substitution effect, but it doesn't seem to be only that. And there might be behavioral effects too that are positive. So people who become aggressive when drinking, if they combine two drugs, some of those people seem to become less aggressive. And in nightlife, that matters, right? So it could be a good thing to have cannabis, for instance, in nightlife alongside alcohol with some kind of framework that balances the consumption. Maybe ensuring people, if they consume cannabis, they do it earlier in the evening and not at the end of the evening after drinking a lot, that type of thing. But I'm less sure about having, for instance, cannabis alongside alcohol in stores, in the wine monopoly in Norway, for instance. That might have some positive but also some negative effects, because someone who is going to buy only one thing ends up buying two things, and I don't know how that would play out. And I think we should exercise the precautionary principle of these things. We shouldn't just roll out all sorts of experiments. But I do think in nightlife it would be interesting to look at the sort of coexistence, peaceful coexistence.
Great, thank you, Dagfinn.
Why does it autoplay? It's not on autoplay. Stop it. Oh, it paused. Excellent. That was unnecessary. Need to fix the pressures. That's way too narrow. Ooh, big overshoot, but my brakes are cold as shit. Wow, that's horrible. damn it. Much invalidate. One day I will understand this fucking turn. I used to understand it in the Aston. You just kind of overlapped braking and throttle a little bit and it would turn without stepping out, but oh Christ. Fucking hell. Jesus. Let's go back to 6. PC5 a bit too sketch for me at this point in time. So pressures are not great. Yeah, but I'll do some adjustments on the pressures. Let's see, what did we get? Drops afterwards, and it's hot test there, so plus 3, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. And also I can feel that I'm actually driving better when I have shit to listen to. The second I start thinking, everything just doesn't flow as well. Definitely happiest in second there. Bit early. A little too early. My rears are just too fucking cold. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's so scary. Don't think it's worth taking the curb there, to be honest. Well, pressures are dog shit. And I've already gotten 1, 2. Oh wow, the front left just gets speed up. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. And then I'll give it one more go with full tank. 5 laps, tops, and then dinner. For I has a hunger. Whoops. And god damn it, I forgot it again. Let's see. Oh yeah, the rears, what the fuck. No wonder it ain't stopping. 1, 2. And minus 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the fronts are actually surprisingly cool as well. Why? It's 2331 track and ambient. It's within range. I'll go with it. Hey, look at that, it stopped. damn it. Damn it. I'm way too early. Need to delay it a little bit. Go deeper into heel. Or whatever it's called. Damn it, lost it. The wrong button again. No. No. God damn it. Oh well. I got into the zeros. Oh, Jesus. It's feisty when the electronics isn't fucking you over. Completely undrivable without it, but god damn, the engine kicks. Oh! Yep, that's how you do it. Oh shit. Alright, only one thing to do to save face here. Donuts! What's inhibiting the engine? What? I have TC off and it's acting as if there's TC. This car is weird. It's kind of like this shit, like you just leave it completely off throttle, shift up, anti-stall, which does not work when you spin, like at all. I'm just literally coasting at the moment. And no clutch. Woo! Tire model on this car is so fucking weird. Whee! Trying not to get dizzy. Oh my god, it feels so weird. When will the tires blow though? That's the question. What the fuck? That doesn't break immersion at all. And why aren't my tires popping? Come on, explode. Seriously? You better blow before 40. Come on, man. Give me a little pop. What happened there? Why am I going backwards? Jesus, I've never done donuts for this long without the tires blowing before. This is ridiculous. Come on. Go boom. Huh, their left right just dropped by one. Rear right even. There you go, 40. Okay, so at least that bit's the same still. Okay, well, that was another hour. I meant to do just 10 more minutes, but so goes it. So I'm gonna go walk the dog, eat some food, relax, and probably drive more later. So if anybody is out there, hello. And also catch you later. Phew.